Candace Owens.
Sometimes I really wish that I had just taken the blue pill. My life would be so simple if I had just taken the blue pill.
What would have to be going on in your country to make you dress like a vagina?
I kind of snorted the red pill, and here we all are.
And wear a pink pussy hat on your head.
Actually, let me look further into the moon landing. And when I looked into it, I went, oh, this just absolutely did not happen. It might be difficult to comprehend this, you guys, but the purpose of public education is, in fact, indoctrination. They were going to create via sex magic a moon baby, a moon child. And this is on Wikipedia. We are not in conspiracy land right now. So many things that they've lied to us about. Vaccines, birth control, people that are being injured, and we just accept everything the experts say. And I said, if I don't get it from the Bible and I can't observe it with my own eyes, I don't stand it as the truth. I'm trending under science, and that is a first. It's got me feeling like CO the science gal. What I said was that science has become a pagan faith. Yes, that's what I actually believe. It is a bit cartoonish. A lot of gay men are sociopaths because they have to lie so much about who they are and what they're doing, and it shapes their brain early on. And then later on in life, it becomes very easy when you're lying. You don't even feel like you're lying because you've nurtured this ability to be dishonest for so long. In fact, I think that black music and music all across the board has become somewhat pornographic, but especially black music. I always felt like an alien, and Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. OMG, you guys, buckle up. I've been thinking a lot about World War II because I'm feeling like there were a lot of lies. I won. It is me. I am the anti-Semite of the year. But as I've told you many times on this show, they are Team Satan. They get so rabid and so angry and defensive of things that aren't actually real. But today I am feeling a little bit unhinged and a little crazy because I had planned to announce to you guys today that I was gonna vote for Kamala Harris, truly. Because Beyonce was supposed to perform at the DNC, and everybody knows that if you're black and Beyonce tells you how to vote, you simply do it. But no.
Candace Owens is a popular political commentator with a gift for presenting controversial and conspiratorial ideas in a seemingly reasonable way. At the time of making this video, Candace Owens' YouTube channel sits at just under 6 million subscribers, making her influence undeniable. The intro clips may not have given you the impression that Candace is somebody that is taken seriously by the public, but after we really dive into her content, you will see that she presents a polished public image and chooses her words carefully, allowing her massive following to remain ambiguous on controversial and potentially harmful topics. A deeper dive into her content will also show a pattern of paranoia, ignorance, and obsession. My name is Steve, and this is my totally not creepy van. Ignore your survival instincts and hop in the back. This one's gonna take us on a trip. I almost forgot. I'm going to try blinking in this video. I just realized how awkward this must have been up until right now. You're welcome. Candace Owens first caught my attention when her director, Mark Herman, accepted a spot on the Final Experiments expedition team to Antarctica. After the final experiment, Candace made it pretty clear that she did not believe the Earth was flat, and I lost interest. However, she recently grabbed my interest again due to some arguably obsessive behavior in light of recent events. What I am showing on screen is more than 30 live streams over the last 2 to 3 months investigating Charlie Kirk with a specific focus on Erica Kirk, his widow. Candace seemingly enjoys including images of Erica holding weapons in her thumbnails, which I personally find disturbing and disgusting given the context. A list of Candace's conspiratorial beliefs that I want to cover in this video include the moon landing being a hoax, NASA being a satanic cult, and the public education system indoctrinating children about the Second World War. Candace puts a unique spin on the last one, which I will cover when we come back to it. Candace isn't shy about bringing guests onto her show to spew conspiratorial nonsense, and she regularly platforms well-known liars and frauds like Bart Sabrell. Bart is best known for harassing Buzz Aldrin and eating an epic punch to the face for it.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
What an asshole. Let's watch that again.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
And again.
Coward and a liar and a thief.
About a year ago, Candace had Bart on her show to discuss the moon landing, and her misplaced skepticism came across borderline paranoid.
One of your friends says, I don't think you actually went to Disney World. Did you go to Disney World? And you said, yeah, of course, I went to Disney World. And he says, would you swear on the Bible that you took your kids to Disney World? You probably say, yeah, you're being pretty weird, but I would swear on the Bible and say I took my kids to Disney World. You probably wouldn't punch them in the face because you would just think they're being weird. It's a very strange thing when you talk about the topic of the moon landing to see people get so incensed over it. I realize this. I've never been a person that believed in the moon landing. It's always just felt a little foolish to me. Talking on the moon, yeah, here we are. I don't know, in 1969, we had basically nothing technologically, and then we sort of just stopped going after a period of years during which our government really wanted to distract us from some stuff that they were doing overseas. I don't know. I'm not a big believer in it. How are we going to get through the Van Allen belt? Grappling with that in 2005 doesn't really make sense. You should already have a solve for that. Maybe because it's God. Didn't God speaks about the firmament. Maybe that's the biblical firmament.
No, it's probably not. With Candace's academic and professional background in journalism, I was surprised that Bart's stories consistently passed her bullshit detector.
Basically, when I found the secret footage, that night I was followed from church. I ended up looping around and following the person following me, pulled up alongside of him to get a look at him, and apparently they zapped my car. All the electricity, everything just shut off automatically, and I coasted to a stop out in the middle of the highway at 9, 10 o'clock at night. I'm literally being chased on foot by 2 to 4 people. I hail a cab who takes me to a safe house where I have a copy of the tape. I get it to the back door of CNN, where I'm surrounded by government agents who take the tape. They drug me with what I presume is truth serum to the point of vomiting. They have a clipboard ready. They ask me all these questions like, where's the original and blah, blah, blah. I escape their custody. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I give it to a friend to put in his name in the lab, trying to outwit the CIA. And days later, when we meet to get the lab result, because I told the NBC News director, I'm going to get him. I got proof I got this exotic drug in me. You know what I mean? That they illegally injected me with. And so he says, well, there was a problem at the lab. And I'm like, well, what problem? He says, well, funny thing, they had a break-in over the weekend. I'm like, yes, so what? He says, well, funny thing, the only thing stolen was your urine sample. And the people at the lab are like, we don't know who you are, but take your business elsewhere.
I would love to hear more about how you escaped fake custody. Let me know when you're done making up that part of the story. Almost every claim that Bart makes can be factually debunked, and his ambiguous claims aren't conclusive of anything substantial. As the interview progressed, it became more and more obvious that Candace was eager to believe everything Bart had to say. Bart is only good for one thing, and that is studying how a scammer lies and manipulates an audience. Signal boosting him without proper skepticism is harmful and ignorant.
You know, Bart, I feel like the first thing that we have to ask you, since we've got you on the Candace podcast, is what is it like to be punched in the face by an astronaut?
Well, he's got really good reflexes. I didn't see it coming. He's got a good punch. It knocked me back, and it gave me a toothache for about 3 years.
I was looking into Aleister Crowley and, sort of this satanic cult and their belief that they could conquer the 7 nations. He had this vision that he could conquer the 7 nations and be the beast after he was reading Revelations in the Bible. And, he begins this cult is the only way to describe it. And Jack Parsons, who was the founder of the Apollo program, people don't know this, that he was a part of this sex cult, and that in order to establish the Apollo program, this is on Wikipedia. We are not in conspiracy land right now. We covered this on my show, The Origins of NASA. It's so sinister, it's so satanic. And one of the things that they believed was that they could summon demons via these sex rituals that they were having out in California. I believe in Devil's Canyon. Like they believed that he could summon devils. And he said that he did summon a devil and that that program was successful and that they were going to, according to Jack Parsons, that they were going to create via sex magic a moon baby, a moon child. This is again available on Wikipedia. Jack Parsons, and the religion that they established, which was called Thelema, and then he took it even further, and he was considered the protege of Aleister Crowley. And I go, okay, so you're telling me the guy who began the Apollo program believed that he had a vision that was given to him by the devil that he could produce a moon child. And then we're told, but he never got this Virgin Mary, this like satanic Virgin Mary, this woman with red hair that came and stumbled upon this sex ritual house, that he never got her pregnant, or that she got pregnant and she got a miscarriage. This is, again, all available on Wikipedia. It's very scary to learn about Jack Parsons. And I'm going, so I'm supposed to trust this person with having established this program and think that this program is entirely legitimate, and their interest, their expressed interest, was in conquering the nations, right? And conquering the nations.
It's true. Jack Parsons did like to party. He just couldn't get enough rocket science and sex magic. So what? As a Christian woman, do your contributions to YouTube make YouTube a Christian company? What if you were like super Christian though? Still no? Well, Jack was an occultist, and his contributions to the US and NASA were advancements in rocket fuel technology. Candace subtly escalates the space race between the US and Russia with the claim that NASA explicitly set out to rule over the nations. Well, as Candace said earlier, the moon baby turned out to be a dud. Nobody ever made it to the moon. The evil Satanists lost to the almighty God, and we lived happily ever after alongside the Russians, right? Thank God those evil Satanists didn't win and violently oppress Russia from the moon with their smoking hot lunar baby mamas. Alright, moving on. The last thing I want to showcase from Candace and Bart's conversation is Bart's extensive list of bullshit sources. Keep in mind that their conversation only lasted about an hour and a half, and Bart pitches the same bullshit every time, no matter who he's speaking to.
I talked to a college professor, Candace, at one of the most prestigious universities in America. He teaches aerospace. Well, here's the fact. I have a friend who works in the command center of the Chinese Space Agency. He told me, well, I have a friend who met him at a party in Los Angeles when he was super drunk, and he said, he didn't go. Well, my source at NASA believes a whistleblower sent me a tape. I pop it in, it says, do not show to the public on the screen. And they're faking being halfway to the moon. My source, who was at Cannon Air Force Base, his son, who I confirmed this information with, but people need to understand this, according to Bobby Kennedy Jr., I think it was Ron Howard's grandfather warned him that the moon landings were fake, but he wouldn't listen. A lawyer a NASA employee saying, so someone fed it pictures from the, four people.
You're an actual talking pinto bean, Bart. You don't know 4 people, shut up. Candace offers one of the most dishonest, disingenuous takes on World War II and the immediate years that followed in Europe that I've ever heard. Unfortunately, Candace also offers a unique take that wraps her audience up in a cozy victimhood blanket and says, me, victim. Feel bad for me. Take a listen.
It might be difficult to comprehend this, you guys, but the purpose of public education is in fact indoctrination. They knew that if they showed children certain images at a certain age, they would be so shocked that they would comply. Right? So what you had here in the 1960s was a bunch of children who were graduating with their virginity intact. They were listening to their parents when it came to quote unquote sex education. And then that radically transformed after 10 years of quote unquote public school sex education. And suddenly you got children agreeing to take birth control pills. Planned Parenthood got into the classroom. They were showing them these videos as an example of a woman giving birth. Imagine you're a kid and you've never even had sex, and suddenly you're being shown a video of a woman screaming as she's giving birth. It terrifies you. Into what sort of compliance? It terrifies you to say, okay, well, I am definitively never wanting to get a woman pregnant. If you're a woman, you're going, I don't want to ever give birth. Let me take all of these birth control pills.
The way she can smile while lying through her teeth is really disturbing. Unfortunately for Candace, I'm an obsessive weirdo that loves to be petty, so I fact-checked everything. The National Education Association called for a sexual education program as early as 1912, not in the 60s. Candace claims that 10 years of sex ed effectively changed the upcoming generation's view on having children. Research published by the National Library of Medicine shows that abstinence-only sex education, which is what Candace is describing with the shocking videos and whatnot, was ineffective. Teen birth rates didn't change at all. So in the 60s, sex ed was expanded to be more comprehensive, and contraception and STD prevention became the focus over abstinence. When sex education was expanded, guess who immediately pushed back in hopes of maintaining an ineffective abstinence-only focus? The Christian Crusade. Yikes. I tried to give Candace the benefit of the doubt and assume maybe she interpreted some data differently or something to arrive at this conclusion. But the more I searched for the good intentions in her messaging, the less I found. She is telling blatant lies and she knows it.
That is the whole purpose of it. It's weird because we sit in our classrooms as Americans and rah, 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 we could never be like the East, and there were Stalin youth and there was Hitler youth and we're nothing like that. We're so free. Nope, nope, nope. We've actually employed the exact same tactics as Stalin and as Hitler youth. And I started realizing that when I happened upon a book. You guys know I'm a major fan of Thomas Sowell. The book was entitled Inside the American Education System. I definitely recommend that you read it. And in the book, he discusses how the American school system actually intentionally employed tried and true Soviet tactics to shock children into compliance.
Gosh, well, when you put it like that, with half the context and some giant fucking lies mixed in, it does truly sound atrocious. I have to admit, you're very well researched on all these occultists and how to manipulate people. Why didn't you do any research on actual history? It couldn't be that you're trying to do this, right? By telling everybody they've been lied to their whole life and shocking them into compliance.
I think the bigger the lie, the easier it is for people to believe it. And factually speaking, even though today the media says you can't debate whether or not dropping the atom bomb was necessary, it was always something that the generals, the commanding generals in the U.S. Army even, said was not necessary. This is a direct quote from General Henry H. Arnold, who was the commanding general of the U.S. Army under Truman. He said, "It always appeared to us that atomic bomb or no atomic bomb, the Japanese were already on the verge of collapse." Just behind him, by the way, Eisenhower. He agreed. He said, quote, "Japan was at the moment seeking some way to surrender with minimum loss of face." So that was agreed upon.
Holy shit, that's so stupid you might actually shock me into compliance. According to the Association for Asian Studies, despite the overwhelming evidence that defeat was inevitable, Japan's Prime Minister Suzuki apparently rejected the Potsdam Declaration, an ultimatum calling for Japan's unconditional surrender issued on July 26, 1945, with the phrase, some Japanese word that I'm not going to say, which could be interpreted as no comment, kill with silence, ignore, or treat with silent contempt. Without officially responding to the declaration, Japan's Supreme Council renewed their plans for a final defense of the home islands, planning to mobilize reserve troops and the entire population of Japan in a...
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago. They became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest out don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Extra chill goblin. I was coming to you live, coming to you hot, coming to you fresh from the one and only Goblin Studio. Blap. Bow. Oh, and let me just clear this. Blang. What's going on, gang? Hey, good morning. Oh, my hair looks weird. Wait, let me put that thing back up. All right, there we go. Now it's fixed. No, nobody can see. No, I'll get rid of it. What can I do? Will this help? Kind of. Good morning. Oh, bright and early in the morning, everybody. Oh God, I rolled out of bed. And we're ready to go. Took my Adderall. Had a bowl of cereal, and now we can talk. Gang, what the heck is it? Okay, so this is ridiculous. Okay, Gencel, I don't know why your message is retracted, because I specifically didn't retract it, and then I guess YouTube just retracted it. Anyway. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. Good morning. I want to shout out this video we were just watching. Candace Owens is Alex Jones without the gay frogs. Sad face. Cool video. Lots of interesting stuff here. You know, I would love to get more into Candace Owens, because she does say some ridiculous and unhinged stuff. I just don't find her engaging. You know, I'm like, ugh. And I hear people say, oh, she's a talented broadcaster. She's good. Oh, she's really good. But I'm like, is she? No. I don't know. I guess she's better than some people. A lot of the right wing pundits, I completely don't get the appeal of. Your Ben Shapiro's, guys like that. Your Benny Johnson, various Bens of different stripes. I don't understand how people watch them and how they have like 1 million plus viewers. Dan Bongino, all these people. I'm like, who would watch these guys? If you had the option to watch anyone, why would you watch these people? And I suppose Candace Owens is definitely like a cut above all those people. But I'm perhaps unfairly comparing her to the most talented broadcaster of our generation, Alex Jones. Easy comparison to make. She has a lot of similarities and a lot of crossover, but purely is a different person. But no, I appreciate videos like this where somebody puts together a bunch of clips of them saying the most insane things, so you don't have to sit through all the hemming and hawing and celebrity gossip and whatever other stuff she's doing in her shows. Because this is nuts. I didn't realize she was excuse me, not only a what's it called, the moon landing was fake girly, but also is throwing out some I would call them flat earth dog whistles too. Talking about the firmament. Let me put that link in there. This is a link to the video. This is Steve's creepy van. So I mean, I like a lot of things about the channel. It's cool, like cool editing. Get the music in the background. I like whatever this thing is, where it's like him looking in the front of a creepy van, and hello, he's all green.
Well, Jack was an occultist,
turning yellow.
And his contribution.
No, that's cool. I'm into all that. I like a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of potential for this channel. One thing I don't know if I'm on board with the name Steve's Creepy Van. That's like, I don't know. I feel like you're gonna get the wrong kind of attention. I mean, I know we're all having fun here, but I mean, you never want to make it too easy for people to. People are probably going to call you a pedophile anyway. But I guess maybe he's trying to like kind of preempt that by sort of owning it or something, but I don't know if that's the right move. Anyway, that's my one critique here. I think that you could have a different name. And the other critique, I guess, would be I do think that this is kind of true, what Candace Owens says about Japan at the end of World War II, that there was no need to drop the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and certainly Nagasaki, because the Japanese were on the verge of collapse. I'm not even sure what is this Association for Asian Studies. Okay. What is it? Who are they? Are they good? Let me just look into this real quick. A non-political nonprofit based in Ann Arbor, Michigan, United States. Like, why would I trust these guys? Like, over Eisenhower and Truman? This also, I mean, I don't know that I've ever heard of this whatever you call it, NGO, Scholarly Non-Political Nonprofit Professional Association. It's based in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So it's just like a random American, whatever, charity, public charity, University of Michigan. But what's the, like, the name makes me think it's like a CIA cutout or something, you know? It's just so vague. But like Asian studies, like Asia's big, dude. Asia's big. Asia? Like, it's not just Japanese studies. It's Asia studies. It's all across Japan. You got Indonesia. You got China. Yeah, you got India, you know. You got all kinds of stuff in here. And I'm concerned that one small group in Ann Arbor, Michigan is able to fully understand all of the nuance. But, you know, okay, what do I know? Okay, I just skimming it, I didn't see the, and hang on now. When was it founded? Okay, the first meeting of the planning group, 1928. The Far Eastern Bibliography in 1936 began publishing. 1941, Far Eastern Quarterly. Okay, so I'm just reading random words from that must be annoying, but I don't know. Like, I'm like, okay, so we've got the two U.S. presidents, so who are both like, yeah, we didn't got to do that, and then we got the Association for Asian Studies that's like, no, actually, they weren't going to surrender. They weren't going to surrender. And I mean, I don't know. I find, I think for me, this is one thing that I think Candace Owens is kind of right about. There's a great Sean video about this topic. About, you know, Sean, the YouTuber with the skull with the glasses, about the dropping the bomb. Anyway, aside from that, hey, listen, I don't know. I'm certainly not an expert in this topic. That just jumped out at me, probably just because that's where we paused to start the stream. But Steve's Creepy Van seems good. Seems definitely relevant to the interests of me. And if you're a fan of the Chill Goblin streams, you would probably enjoy these. Oh, this guy's got tons of stuff too. Cool. Flat Earth's Golden Boy. Wait, who's this? Would I know this guy? Is this the guy I think it is? Oh, Whitsit. Okay. I guess I don't know.
Austin Whitsit.
Let's be honest, like, most flat earthers are probably 1-2 standard deviations above the average normal distribution of IQ. No, because they lied about the earth. We tested.
Cool. Anyway, gang. But yeah, what was the Sean video? Dropping the bomb. Yeah, there it is. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's a good like 2-hour video if you want to, get into that. When I was in high school, I did an essay on this topic. In like whatever. What would that have been? I guess it would have been 11th grade when I was taking American history. because I'm Canadian, so I had to that was I didn't have to take that. It was like an interest of mine. I was like, I might want to start a YouTube channel one day, and people don't care about Canadian stuff, so let me learn about American history. And I wrote my essay on how the U.S. didn't have to drop the bomb. But it's so, I mean, if you just think about it, dropping a nuke on a country is incredibly, that horrible thing to do, right? Like, it kills so many people. It's awful. It has these long reaching ramifications. It's long-term effects. It doesn't just blow up and kill other people. There's radiation illnesses that happen, and deaths and cancer and all that kind of thing, leukemia. But the way that it's always taught, including the way that I learned it in my American history class in high school, was it was really rough. Oh boy, a lot of people died. But luckily, this was the only way to end the war. It's the only way to do it. There's no other way to end the war except for by doing that. Let me just check out what Wikipedia says about this. What should I type in? Hiroshima? No. Hiroshima. Okay, I'll type in Hiroshima and then we'll see if there's a. Whoops. No, I didn't want me to do that. Hiroshima, Japan. Okay, the Pacific Theater dropped the atomic bomb. Yeah, okay, here we go. Atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, because I'm just curious, what's the Wikipedia? I think is an incredible website. Love Wikipedia. Probably my favorite single website on the internet. Like what website has suffered less in shitification and there's no AI. At least as far as I can see. I mean, maybe that's coming, but I haven't seen an AI take over this site or anything. But I don't always agree with the shit on Wikipedia. There's some things on here that I think are not true. But I think it can give you a good kind of what's the general understanding, the scholarly understanding of something. So I'm just curious. What do people think? I'm sure the Allies called for unconditional surrender in the Potsdam Declaration, the alternative being prompt and utter destruction. The Japanese government ignored the ultimatum, but they announced their surrender 6 days after the bombing of Nagasaki. Total killed from 2 bombs, 150,000 to 246,000, and that's by the end of 1945. That doesn't include all the radiation-based deaths after that. Crazy. Okay, but all right, I don't need to do this. I'd just like to. Okay, so surrender of Japan. It had 4 conditions for surrender. My understanding is military controversies surrounding the United States' justification for them have been the subject of scholarly and there's a whole article about this too. Popular debate. On one hand, it's been argued that the bombings caused the Japanese surrender, thereby preventing casualties that an invasion of Japan would have involved. Stimson talked of saving 1 million casualties. The naval blockade might have starved the Japanese into submission without an invasion, but this would also have resulted in many more Japanese deaths. However, critics of the bombings have asserted that atomic weapons are fundamentally immoral, that the bombings were war crimes, and that they constituted state terrorism. I mean, I feel like I can get on board with all of those things, but I guess the question is was this state terrorism the lesser of 2 terrorisms? Was dropping the bombs bad and a war crime, but was it better than a land invasion? The Japanese may have surrendered without the bombings, but only an unconditional surrender would satisfy the Allies. Okay. Yeah, see, and here's my thing. Others, such as historian Tsuyoshi Hasegawa, argued that the entry of the Soviet Union into the war against Japan played a much greater role than the atomic bombs in inducing Japan to surrender because it dashed any hope that Japan could terminate the war through Moscow's mediation. Okay. Sorry, that wasn't what I was thinking of. This one here, though. American historian Gar Alperovitz said that the U.S. used nuclear weapons to intimidate the position in Japan, and that it may have played some part in the decision-making of the U.S. government. I would say like 100%. Like the Soviets were allies or whatever, but they were also, communists, and Americans were like, okay, we got to fucking freak them out. Let's make a bomb and let's drop it. Oh, the war's going to end. We didn't even get a chance to use the bomb. Oh, fuck. Let's do this, According to the Sean video, the Japanese didn't even surrender because of the bomb. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, this is how I feel too, Django Fett. Dropped the bomb as a display against the Soviet Union. They were displaying USA was as indiscriminately violent as the Nazis. Same reason for bombing civilians in Dresden. Interesting, yeah. I always see people try to justify it by bringing up Japan's war crimes. So what punishment does America deserve for its entire history? Yeah. Japan had some crazy war crimes, though. Japan had some crazy war crimes. LeMay said, "You may not." Yes, Curtis LeMay, one of the worst guys of all time. One of the worst guys of all time who does look like he was straight out of Central Casting. He's the guy who coined the phrase "bomb them back to the Stone Age." This motherfucker! Look at this guy. Doesn't this guy look like an actor who plays an evil general in a movie? God, Curtis LeMay. This is his official portrait. He's like, no, I'm going to give him the old LeMay glower. He's like, all right, you don't want to smile for this? No, I don't do that. And let's bomb them all. Bomb them back to the Stone Age. What a character this guy was. He also, he was on the presidential ticket. He was a vice presidential candidate for, what was it? Who was it? Hang on. Yes. Okay. The new political party. He was American Independent nominee for vice president. Okay, but who was his main guy? Come on now. Didn't even say. It was some like segregationist guy. What was it? Was it George Wallace? Yeah. George Wallace. So yeah, this dude. There's also a story. I don't know if this is true, but I've read this in a bunch of like conspiracy books about JFK. When JFK was shot, he hated JFK. Curtis LeMay hated this guy. Because LeMay would always be like, "Let's bomb him, let's nuke him, drop a nuke on him, blah blah." And then JFK would be like, I don't think we should. And he'd be like, and LeMay hated him. So when he died, Curtis LeMay apparently was in the autopsy room in the hospital, and he was smoking a cigar. Smoking a cigar in the fucking, like, not even in an autopsy room, when they were still uselessly trying to save JFK's life. Meanwhile, his brain is like splattered all over the back of the front of the car. I don't know exactly where his brain was, but he's dead. He was dead, 100% dead. And but they're still trying to resuscitate him. And Curtis LeMay's in there smoking a cigar, and people are like, "Dude, this is supposed to be like a sterile like environment. This is a hospital. What are you doing?" And he refused to put it out. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Is that in here anywhere? It seems crazy that he'd be smoking a cigar, but it's one of his nicknames actually. The Big Cigar. His nicknames: Old Iron Pants, the Demon. That's one of his nicknames. The Demon. Crazy. Bombs Away LeMay and the Big Cigar, because he did smoke cigars. There's a very famous picture of him. LeMay cigar. If you've watched oh man, there's so many pictures of him with cigars. None of these are even the one that I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, this is the one I was thinking about. Wait, no, yeah. Gotta get the wide shot here. Yeah, I mean, you can see why they call him the big cigar. This is the famous. I mean, is this a famous? This is the one that was famous to me. This is the one that's burned into my brain. If you've seen what's it called, Doctor Strangelove, there are 2 characters based on him in that. One of them being the Jack D. Ripper, like John Birch Society guy. That's like, oh, they're trying to steal our male essence or whatever it is, the fluoride in the water. Like the main kind of like unhinged general, and then the I'm sure it'll say on here. It's been a while since I saw that movie, and I might not be remembering it right. Strangelove. Yeah. Dr. Strangelove. It would have been. It was no secret. It would have been obvious to many viewers in 1964 that General Ripper looked a lot like Curtis LeMay, a cigar-chomping, gruff-talking general. Oh, I thought there were 2 characters based on him. General Ripper. Wait, which one's General Ripper? Is he the guy that I was thinking of? Yeah, okay. Right. General Ripper from Doctor Strangelove. I mean, yeah, and he's like, he's completely lost his mind. But also like the main character, the other general, the guy who's on the Joint Chiefs. Yeah, no, for sure they based this guy on him though. Anyway, sorry, what was I talking about? Why did I get on Curtis LeMay? I do find this guy fascinating. Had a fascinating life. Just a complete piece of shit. Like a guy who seems to have been like, you know what? I will be evil. I think I will be bad. I think I'm a bad guy. Yeah, I'm a bad guy, and I'm going to embrace that. And, he's not trying to whatever. Oh, did something happen? Whoa, it sounded like a CD scratch if you're above the age of 30. James Van Max Headgroom. Oh, really? Oh, dang. Great work, dude, Chill Goblin. Thank you, comrade. Hopefully that was a one-off. Yeah, let me know. I don't know what that was. So it's just with the audio? The audio fucked up? Japan imperialism comes from early forced commercial invasion from Britain. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The demon. It's crazy. Like, yeah, is that can you say, like, yeah, that's my nickname, the demon? Or is it just like, are people calling you a demon? Like usually, like a nickname is like a fun thing that your friends will be like, oh, hey, well, look, it's old Iron Pants or whatever. That seems to be like something that is a nickname. Nicknames aren't usually like what people say while they point at you and scream, in an accusing manner. Yeah, I got a lot of nicknames, I got the cool dude, I got a haircut, I got people, sometimes they call me get out of my house, you invader, thief, stop that man, I got people call me deceiver, it's a fun thing. It's a little vibe. It's a little kind of game we have where everybody sort of tries to kill me. It's awesome. General Fields vibes. Who's General Fields? Is that another general based on LeMay? General Fields? Oh, okay, wait. Hi guys, it's me, LeMay, but my mother calls me the demon. Yeah. See, you know what? I'd actually love to find out where Curtis LeMay got all 4 of these frickin' nicknames. Okay, this is from a book. But I can actually get there. Okay, Vim Van Voom, I'm officially okaying your thing here. And let's see if YouTube stops it anyway. Okay, this is... All right, okay. Oh, it's about dropping the bombs here. Okay. The crewmen uniformly concluded that the Big Cigar, their nickname for Major General Curtis E. LeMay, who always had a fat stogie stuffed in his mouth, had just gone stark crazy. Oh, interesting. LeMay had not been satisfied with the results of the previous raids, and he insisted on a radical change of tactics in order to eradicate the heart of the enemy capital. By the way, this Internet Archive, probably my second favorite website on the internet, after Wikipedia. Instead of dropping standard high explosive bombs, he decided to switch to a new jellied gasoline mixture known as napalm, designed to burn, not blast, the paper and wood houses of Japan. Whoa, napalm was designed specifically for the paper and wood houses of Japan? Damn, dude. I didn't know that. That is so dark. Holy shit. A high altitude. Yeah, I mean, okay. So this one only explains one of the four nicknames, and it's the most obvious one. Oh yeah, the Big Cigar. I mean, yeah, that's what I would have called him too, even if I didn't know that was his nickname. The guy always had a cigar. Like, I typed in Curtis LeMay cigar, I found like way more photos than I even knew that there were of this dude. Look at this motherfucker. This guy's like a James Cameron villain, you know? This guy, like, a dude like this comes on screen in a movie, you know he's gonna be trying to kill the fucking the family of friendly mice or whoever the main characters are. You know this guy's coming after the fucking avatars, the Na'vi or whatever. This guy's not gonna be happy until all of the Dalmatians are ground up into fucking ground beef. 101 Dalmatians, but it's just so that this guy can make burgers for himself. He's like, I just like Dalmatian meat. What did he talk like? I've only ever read about this guy. I don't know what he actually sounded like or anything. Let's see if we can find it. Curtis LeMay. Imagine he's got like a squeaky voice. Curtis LeMay documentary. Curtis LeMay, the American Air Force general that implemented strategic bombing. Okay, is this like a pro Curtis LeMay channel? But no, I want like an interview with him. I want to know how he sounded. Curtis LeMay interview. All right, here we go. Curtis LeMay, and the name of it says, "I see nothing bad about an arms race." Really? He's like, I actually like the military-industrial complex. What do we think? What do we think about this guy's voice? I bet it's deep. I mean, he smokes a lot of cigars. Maybe he's kind of gravelly. Maybe he's kind of got a bit of Alex Jones thing going on. And here's George Wallace, the segregationist, like hyper racist dude that ran for president as part of the new party or something like that, some third party thing. Curtis LeMay was his vice president. Okay. Let's watch a little bit of this. I just want to know how the voice sounds.
We have, say, free choices. We can give in, become communist. Give in. Unpalatable to me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay. That's pretty much, I guess, what I would
at least. Many other people in this country, too. The second is...
Yeah, no, I was also hoping for this. Please be a Mickey Mouse voice. I would have loved that. Oh, boy! Bomb them back to the Stone Age! Gosh, Curtis. It's George Wallace's voice. Gosh, Curtis LeMay. If you think so. Go do it. Drop the bomb. Wahoo-wee.
We can have an all-out war, shooting war.
Well, he's sort of softened in his old age. This is around 20 years after, he killed JFK.
Or I think there's a third that's attractive to me, and that is that
he's got real kind grandpa vibes here.
So, General, we want to say that speaking personally, and
look, he can barely stand to be in the same room as this dude, as JFK.
Also, as president, that it's a great pleasure to welcome you as the new Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force and member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Mr. President, I appreciate very much taking a time out from your busy schedule to participate in this ceremony. I'm sure you realize that a member of the armed services becoming Chief of Staff of his service is the highest honor that can come to him.
To the extent that any one man...
All right, anyway, I don't really care. But yeah, let's check out this thing. George Wallace selects Curtis LeMay.
General LeMay spent 37 years in the service of his country, distinguishing himself in all areas of his profession. His leadership achievements would take hours to enumerate. One of the outstanding characteristics that I admire greatly is his willingness to speak his mind. He has always demonstrated his loyalty to superiors, yet he has also retained the courage of his convictions and has recognized his duty to speak out on issues he felt were in the vital interest of his country.
This is 1968 that this was.
I have a phobia about nuclear weapons. I think the most military man...
Yeah, this guy's interesting because he's like, Wallace is like a super racist dude. But he ran as a Democrat because it's like before the switch of the sort of parties where the conservatives were like, actually, we'll be racist now. Thank you. We will be the racist ones, and the Democrats, you guys will be the also racist but less racist ones.
Man, nuclear weapons just another weapon in the arsenal. And the smart thing to do is when you're in a war, hopefully you prevent it. Stay out of it if you can. But when you get in it with both feet and get it over with as soon as you can. Use the force that's necessary. Maybe use a little bit more and make sure that it's enough to stop the fighting as soon as possible. So this means efficiency in the operation of the military establishment. Nuclear war would be horrible. To me, any war is horrible. Doesn't make much difference to me if I have to go to war and get killed in the jungle of Vietnam with a rusty knife, or get killed with a nuclear weapon. As a matter of fact, if I had the choice, I'd lean towards the nuclear weapon.
General LeMay hasn't advocated the use of nuclear weapons, not at all. He discussed nuclear weapons with you. He's against the use of nuclear weapons, and I am too. So, Mr. Nelson, he hasn't said anything about the use of nuclear...
And LeMay's like, I'm not against that. No. I'd like to bomb everyone. What do you mean?
Weapons.
Anyway, these guys didn't win. Probably a good thing. But, yeah, George Wallace. Who's the guy? There was one really racist segregationist guy who it later turned out had, when he was like a teenager, he had a child with his family's black maid that was like all covered up. That wasn't George Wallace, was it? It was somebody else, I guess. But yeah, Democrat. So 1964 Democratic presidential primaries. So this guy was like running against LBJ, George Wallace. Isn't that wild? Franco killed JFK. Stop it. Man, I used to like James Franco, but the more I learn about it, the more he sounds awful. Now I find out he killed JFK? Yeah. Strom Thurmond. Yeah. That sounds right. I think that's right. Yeah. But yes, it's like that. Yeah. So, it was really north south rather than Republican Democrat. Yeah. It's like, the Southern strategy, right? As they called it, where it was like LBJ was like, okay, I guess I'm going to go after the, I guess we're going to do civil rights and we're going to change the base of the Democratic Party forever. Okay. All right, fine. Yeah. First gentleman of Alabama. Oh, first gentleman. Whoa. When do you ever hear that phrase? So, okay, so he had a girl boss wife, huh? Is that right? His wife, term limits in Alabama prevented Wallace from seeking a second term in 1966, so he offered his wife, Lurleen Wallace, as a surrogate candidate for governor. In the Democrat primary, she defeated 2 former governors and a former U.S. representative. She won. Okay. Wallace defended his wife's proxy candidacy. Okay, so it was just like open. He was like openly like, but I'm the real guy. It's me, not my wife. Lurleen Wallace. Really? You're gonna have as your governor someone named Lurleen. Lurleen is simultaneously like a pretty name, like a pretty kind of feminine name, and also sort of sounds like gibberish a drunken man would say. Yeah. Okay. Major media outlets observed the support Wallace received from extremist groups such as white citizens councils. He generally avoided race-related discussions, mostly criticized hippies and pointy-headed intellectuals. He denied he was racist, saying once, "I've never made a racist speech in my life." Well, I know he had at least two speechwriters who were former KKK. Let me see if I can find that in here. Speech. Okay. Yes. In the name of the greatest people that have ever trod this earth, I draw the line in the dust and toss the gauntlet before the feet of tyranny and say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. That was him. Well, George Wallace, segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. And I think, was it Chuck Schumer that kind of referenced that in a speech recent, like in the last couple years, where he was like, Israel now, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever, or something like that? Was that Schumer? Fucking crazy that he would reference that, like this famous quote. But this sentence had been written by Wallace's new speechwriter, a former Ku Klux Klan leader, Asia Earl Carter. How's your name Asia and you're going to become a white supremacist? Asa? That, bro, come on. That is a porn star name. I believe there was another one though. That wasn't his only speech. And I didn't even know this. This was his inaugural speech when he was first sworn in as provisional president of the Confederate States of America. Wait, huh? Hang on, sorry. No, okay, wait. Okay. So he took the oath of office. Sorry, okay. I got to read the full sentence. I can't just keep skimming. He took the oath of office 1963, January 14th, standing on the gold star marking the spot where, 102 years earlier, Jefferson Davis had been sworn in as provisional president of the Confederate States of America. It's so crazy how many people do this. People will signal their allegiance to their old-timey racists. Reagan did this with his first with his campaign announcement, and Clinton too. Bill Clinton's first announcing that he was running for president, I believe, was at a historically racist, a prison or something like that. And the great thing about it is you don't even have to say anything racist. All you got to do is just go to this place where everybody knows it's racist, and just do the speech you're going to give. You don't even have to say anything. But this guy took it even further. Not only was he standing on the fucking star where Jefferson Davis became the fucking slave president, or pro-slavery president, he also said this: segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. But okay, no, I was looking for the other speechwriter. I think he had two speeches. Didn't he? I've never made a racist speech in my life. Okay, I guess it was just one. Yeah. What if I type in Ku Klux Klan? Will I get more? Or Ku Klux Klan. I'm always saying Ku Klux Klan. Okay, no, I must be mistaken. But anyway, still, one is already a lot. Oh, look at this. Somebody mentioned Operation Paperclip earlier. There's Governor Wallace. There's Wernher von Braun. And James E. Webb in the middle there. Werner von Braun, another inspiration for Dr. Strangelove movie. Okay. Crazy. What else can I look at on here? Segregation, racial attitude. Okay, there's a whole section on his racial attitude. Well, some may argue Wallace did not espouse racist views. I mean, he did. He just did, though. What do you mean? Most sources support the conclusion that he was motivated by racist ideology. For instance, one source on Wallace's career as a judge reports every black attorney who argued a case in Wallace's courtroom was struck by his fairness. But no one who knew Wallace well ever took seriously his earnest profession, uttered 1,000 times after 1963, that he was a segregationist, not a racist. So funny that people could say that. Is that how we're going to look back on people who are like anti-DEI or like the critical race theory shit? We're going to look back on that and be like, no, I'm just anti-DEI. I'm not a racist. Is that how that'll be seen? A reporter covering state politics in 1961 observed that while other Alabama politicians conversed primarily about women and Alabama football, for Wallace it was race, and every time that I was closeted alone with him, that's all we talked about. His preoccupation with race was based on his belief that black Americans constituted a separate and inferior race. Okay, right, yeah, that's what I would have expected. Yes, Malcolm X Forever. I have looked into John McAfee. I think is how you say it. He was a weird guy. I wouldn't say he died just like Epstein. I think with John McAfee, it's a lot less suspicious. But I think he was also kind of trolling people. I watched like a couple of documentaries about him back in the day, and how he, where did he live? Somewhere. Where was it? Was it in like South America or something like that? He had his whole like kind of libertarian dream. Yeah, I wouldn't say just like, but yeah, he did die in a weird way. And then after he was like, I won't kill myself. I promise I won't kill myself. And then he seems to have killed himself. And then posted a thing on his like Twitter like the week later or something like that was like about Q. For a while, he said that he was running for president, right, with the Libertarian Party. I think this is right. I might have this slightly wrong, though. Something like he was running for president and he wanted Q, from QAnon Q, to be his vice president. Or maybe he wanted to be the vice president to Q. And he was just like, open invitation. Q, you can do it. And he's the guy who founded McAfee, like, you know, antivirus like firewall shit. Like that was his company. That's how he became a billionaire or whatever he was. Multimillionaire at least. In a 1963 letter to a social studies teacher, Wallace stated that black Americans were inclined to criminality, especially atrocious acts such as rape, assault, and murder because of a high incidence of venereal disease. What the fuck? Okay, that's nuts. That is like, I mean, obviously this whole thing is despicable, you know, whatever, racist shit. But I genuinely, like, that is actually a new racist concept. I didn't know about that. I didn't know people thought that. Anyway, venereal disease. Okay. Desegregation, he wrote, would lead to intermarriage and eventually our race will be deteriorated, he writes. Not a word. To that of the mongrel complexity. Okay, yeah. Funny that people say that he wasn't racist. While some may argue Wallace did not espouse racist views, he wasn't racist. He was a segregationist who had a Ku Klux Klan speechwriter and thought that black people were inferior because they had too many STDs, and like was very concerned about intermarriage. And like, you know, a million other things. And his inaugural speech as governor, he stood on the fucking Confederate president, whatever, Walk of Fame. Anyway. Yeah, no, this guy sucks. This guy, one of the worst guys ever. And Curtis LeMay was his frickin' Veep, his Veep pick. Anyway, I feel like I'm having a little bit of fun going down this little rabbit hole. I kind of want to see, like, this looks like it's going to be kind of pro LeMay, right? Brutal facts about General Curtis LeMay. Oh, what's this one? Curtis LeMay is a party starter? This is going to be fucked up. This is going to be some 4chan shit. All right, let's watch it. Okay, turning off the music because I feel like this is going to be copyright struck. All right, what are we doing here? Pacific Theater. Okay, he killed 100,000 people. Okay, so they just think he's so it doesn't bother me so much to be killing innocent bystanders. Jesus. Okay, all right. I think this is a bad video. Oh, is there? Sorry, I can hear Goblin Queen in the other room. Did you say like, is it an audio glitch or what's happening? Okay, so it's like stuttering or whatever. So it's okay, like you were saying, like a broken CD, like clack 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 clack. Barry Goldwater. Now this guy's an interesting dude too. This guy is kind of a forgotten figure. I had never really heard of him until a few years ago when I read what's the guy's name? Rick Perlstein's book called Barry Goldwater and the Storm. What's it called? The Coming of the Storm or something like that. Wait, was that right? Hang on. Perlstein, Goldwater. But he was another presidential candidate for the Republican Party who was sort of like the first, Before the Storm. That's what it was called. Before the Storm. Barry Goldwater and the, geez, what a long title. The Unmaking of the American Consensus. So fantastic book. And this is kind of like around the start of like the John Birch Society. Okay, so it's doing this cool CD skip thing. You thought it was on purpose? Okay, there you go. Someone sampled those glitches for a new track. But yeah, this guy, there's I know I've talked about this book a little bit on stream before, but it's really, really fascinating part of history, and it's super relevant to like where we are now. Because Goldwater was like the first kind of extremist like Republican candidate. He had a quote, something like, I'm gonna butcher it, but it's something like, oh geez, it's like, caution in the face of danger is no virtue, and extremism in the face of patriotism is no vice. Something like that. Let me see if I can find it. I think that was Goldwater, right? Goldwater, virtue, vice, extremism. I think that's extremism. Yeah. This one. Extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. Moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue. Oh, they're generally credited to Barry Goldwater, but he didn't write them. Carl Hess, Goldwater's lovable anarchist speechwriter. Okay, no, let's not call him an anarchist, though. Put them in the Arizona Senator's Republican Convention acceptance speech. I would remind you that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice, Goldwater actually said in a slightly less pithy formulation. And let me remind you also that moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue. It's a rousing sentiment, however it's phrased. Okay, why are you getting all weird about this? Yeah, he did say it. Like, whatever. He had speechwriters, but yeah, he was like kind of like the John Birch Society pick. He was like very, anti-communist, very extreme, like, anti-immigration, whatever guy. And it seemed like really like he was going to win. But he didn't win. He lost the election. And when he lost, there's a quote from this book that is in like the intro, and it's kind of haunting, where it says, never before, or you know what? I bet I could find the exact quote. Hang on. Before the storm, Rick Perlstein quotes loser. Has to do with losers. I don't even remember what this was referencing. That's just a funny quote. We've read all 1,249 pages, and brother, is it loaded with frills and boondoggles. Who even knows what that was? Sorry. I thought I'd be able to find it. Lost. Okay, maybe it's not in here. It's something about how... Shoot, I thought for sure it would be here because it's such a banger line. But it says it's something about how they, the people who lost this election, they may have lost the official presidential election, but they totally succeeded in like spreading their kooky conspiracy, ideas, this kind of tinfoil hat conservatism, the sort of psycho wing of the Conservative Party, the clown wing of fascism, where if you look at today and you compare it to when Goldwater was running, it's like Goldwater lost, but he won in the end. Like they got what they wanted, and Trump is the biggest example of that. He puts it in such a kind of like poetic way, but it's something like that basically. Loser won in the end. I don't know. Woy. Yeah, all right. Okay. I wonder if I can... I really want to find the quote, but I guess it's not that important. Before the storm, Perlstein. Oh, I have it. You know what? I can probably... Yeah. I can probably whip it up on my Kindle here. Hang on, guys. Okay, this will be worth it. I swear. Okay, it's going to take a second to download. But what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Let's hear Barry Goldwater talk about Curtis LeMay and UFOs.
I think the government does know. I can't back that up, but I think that at Wright-Patterson Field, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government knows about UFOs. Reportedly, a spaceship landed. It was all hushed up, quieted, and I've never heard about much of it. I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question again. Wow.
Okay, so he's friends with LeMay. Sorry, gang. I'm trying to do a bunch of things over here at once. I'm sorry, Frankie Noodles. I do want to learn about the psychological profile Google's building on us. We need a Goblin. What was I doing counter? Oh God, I don't think numbers go that high. Like reactionary fascism. I mean, all fascism is reactionary. In fact, reactionaryism is basically like the definition of just conservatism. They're one and the same in a lot of ways. But I mean, that's pretty debatable. That's kind of an intense thing to say. But I do sort of think that if you compare the MAGA whatever movement, there's always been this wing, of the Republicans. There's been the John Birch Society, the Goldwater people, there's the Pat Robertson, whatever. There's the Tea Party, the Alex Jones InfoWars fan base. And then you've got Donald Trump, who actually makes it into the White House. The first Republican president who's really part of that. I mean, like they all made concessions to this group. You have to, as a Republican, you have to make concessions to the psycho wing of this, fascism. All of them have done this. Nixon, Reagan, Bush Senior, Bush Jr. They've all had to do this, but Trump is the only one who's fully on board with their shit and isn't just like, fuck, all right, I guess I can't say anything. I guess I'm not allowed to, like a lot of people were like, all right, if I want to run as a Republican, I have to sort of pay lip service to the idea that Obama might be a Kenyan Muslim or whatever, right? But Trump is the first guy who's like, no, I fully believe that. In fact, I'm the main guy that believes that. Like, that was my whole political career before this, was saying that Obama was a Muslim from Kenya. Okay, I think I may have found it. I think I may have pulled up my thing here. Before the storm, yes. But, okay, this sounds crazy. Whoa, Mandy Moorhall. Goldwater speechwriter has a really interesting interview with Robert Anson Wilson from a Libertarian Party conference in the 80s. Extrematist reason for it. Wait, what was I pronouncing wrong? Excrementalist. Owl 3 unskippable ads. I'm sorry, but thank you for the money. I like money. Yes, okay, I found the quote. Hang on. So this is from the intro. And it talks about what's the context here? People were worried when Goldwater won, and like the Republicans seem to be shifting towards this kind of psychic thing. Some, recalling the words of Thomas Dewey, worried for the future of the two-party system itself. If the parties realigned along ideological axes, he had said, the Democrats would win every election and the Republicans would lose every election. Others imagined, in the words of a partisan review writer, a recrudescence on the American soil of precisely those super nationalistic and right-wing trends that were finally defeated in Europe at the cost of a great war, untold misery, and many millions dead. It was one of the most dramatic failures of collective discernment in the history of American journalism. After the off-year elections a mere 2 years later, conservatives so dominated Congress that Lyndon Johnson couldn't even get up a majority to appropriate money for rodent control in the slums. The House Republican caucus elected as chair of its policy committee John Rhodes, one of Barry Goldwater's Arizona protégés. In 1964, there were 16 Republican governors, all but 2 of them moderates. In 1966, 10 new conservative Republican governors were voted in. In 1980, Americans elected one of them, Ronald Reagan, as their president. And in 1995, Bill Clinton paid Reagan tribute by adopting many of his political positions, which had been Barry Goldwater's positions. Here is one time, at least, in which history was written by the losers. There you go. Yes, that was the line. Here is one time where history was written by the losers. Thought that was such a fascinating way to put it. And now we've got Trump, and it's like, okay, full circle. Yeah, sorry, none of this was really planned or anything. So we're just kind of going off of this. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty long to watch, but this sounds really interesting. Subversion for Fun and Profit. Evening with Carl Hess and Robert Anton Wilson. Robert Anton Wilson, of course, wrote Illuminatus trilogy and kind of brought the idea of Illuminati back into popular understanding. Exclusive, why journalist Michael Wolff won't release his Epstein's tape. Sorry, I just noticed this thing here. Okay, that looks cool. All right, you know what, gang? Okay, I did have some things I did want to go over. I will save this for another day because this looks crazy. I think I'd like to watch the full 2.5 hours, and then I'll pick out clips we can watch on stream. Yeah, let me just quickly write this down though. Robert Anton Wilson. Okay. And did you say they talk about Goldwater in this? Because Carl Hess was a speechwriter for Goldwater? Market anarchist? Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. We'll look into this more later. But okay. So you saw the title of the stream, right? Welcome to the AI hate wave. That's not even my term. An AI hate wave is here. We hate AI around here or what? I like the illustration. Simple, elegant, and I know it wasn't made by AI because the hands have the right number of fingers. It's good. It's good. All right. But yo, let's check out this article. If AI were a candidate for political office, it would be losing in a landslide. Why it matters? The AI hype cycle would have you believe the technology is inevitable. See, this is what's weird is this how Axios normally writes? Why it matters. State of, like, this seems like something ChatGPT would spit out, doesn't it? Anyway, whatever, we'll move past it. The AI hype cycle would have you believe technology is inevitable. But AI backlash is growing as people worry it will steal their jobs, jack up electricity rates, and further enrich the wealthy, all while hurting the environment. State of play. A commencement address went viral this week after Florida real estate executive Gloria Caulfield said, "Artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution." Remember how her voice was cracking? AI is going to be really good, everybody. Because like, sparking a chorus of boos from the crowd. Can we watch just a short clip of that? I know we watched it on stream before, but okay, archive.is is going to give me this stuff. I always forget that it wants this, and it's caught in the archive loop. Dang it! Hang on, copy link. And now we simply go paste, and then we take out the archive thing. Or we take out a lot of the stuff here. There we go. Boom. This should work. I mean, I could just look it up. Guess I struck a chord there. This lady, New York Post, are you not going to give me a frickin' link? Oh, what? I can find this in 2 seconds. Gloria Caulfield. Yes, queen. All right, here we go.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
What happened? She looks at a guy next to her. Wait a minute, can you explain?
Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish?
Doesn't she sound like she's going through boy puberty? Oh, amazing. All right, Gloria Caulfield. So yeah, this was honestly like, I loved seeing this. Wasn't this like cathartic to see it? Because like I feel like I've been sort of screaming into the abyss about AI, you know, like not even like just on stream, but just like in my everyday life. Like I know a lot of people who are cool and smart and who I like a lot and who I love and who are, you know, in my life who love AI and use it all the time. You know, and I'm always like, oh God, why? No. You know, and hey, I'm not totally innocent. I have played around with AI. I haven't found too many like useful uses for it, but it is like an interesting, cool thing. But the more that I kind of learn about it, the more I read about it, the more concerned I am about it, and the more I think people should be extremely skeptical of AI. And even if that doesn't mean, you know, completely boycotting it, because sometimes that isn't, you know, feasible. That isn't realistic to ask. We should be collectively stopping. Like, there's so many issues with AI, right? You've got the data center growth. You've got the, you know, all the pollution that comes with that. You've got the intellectual property theft. You've got the way that it affects people's brains. You know, makes people dumber. People can get addicted. People can get AI psychosis. I had a friend who was started telling me, oh, you know what? I'm saving a lot of money because I stopped going to therapy and I started just talking to ChatGPT. And it's amazing because I can just talk to it, tell it everything. Like it's so helpful. And I was kind of like, oh, really? Okay. That was like a couple years ago now, I think. When ChatGPT was kind of new, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Okay, really. And then I talked to that guy like a year later, and I was like, how's that going, by the way? The psychology. He was like, oh, I had to stop. I was spending like 12 hours a day on that. I had to delete my account. Like I couldn't keep doing that. That was really bad for me. Not a good thing. I mean, yeah, Joe Rogan thinks AI is a resurrection of Christ. Like, what are the main things? What are the main bad things about AI? Can we think of them off the top of our heads here? I'm thinking like the pollution shit is obviously really bad. Building the data centers, like that sort of like reduction in quality of life, this sort of the way that they build data centers like right next to each other, hurts the whatever, water in the area, the water table, creates noise pollution. It's taking people's jobs. That's another thing. It's already doing this. I'm optimistic that it might have a little bit of not blowback, not backlash, but I guess like they might have to we might be able to claw some of these jobs back because I don't think AI is as good as they thought it was when they started firing people. The hallucinations make it horrible for research, 100%. It's like ruined. It's awful how it pops up first. By the way, everyone can go right now and turn that off. You can turn on that setting off in all of your shit. Make it so that you can't, you don't see the AI like pop up at the top of Google or whatever. I use DuckDuckGo and I have my AI turned off for that. You'll notice if I type in like, what's a pumpkin? I don't know why I want to look up this, but if I type in what's a pumpkin, my DuckDuckGo, check it out. See that? Not a single AI result. And you just gotta go. I forget exactly where you go, but you can turn it off. But the hallucinations make it horrible for research for sure. That's gonna kind of break people's brains a little bit. But also it's bad because people can make misinformation. People can make disinformation campaigns. People can make like fake videos, fake photos. It's already being used in political attack ads. There was like the Thomas Massey one where it seemed like he was there was like video of him in a throuple with Ilhan Omar and was it Rashida Tlaib or AOC? I forget. But like, if you're a fucking like boomer and you see that shit on your Facebook timeline, you're not going to know what to do, Like this is bad, folks. This is bad. And that's rough. That's rough. There's so many bad things about AI. But let's look into the AI hate wave. Why did Gloria Caulfield get booed? This was the kind of this wasn't like the turning point in whatever. That wasn't a super important event in that way, but it was a turning point for me insofar as this is when I realized, okay, people really hate this shit. Awesome. The speaker could have avoided the jeers had she checked the latest polls. Only 18% of young people aged 14 to 29 say they feel hopeful about AI. 18%. That's crazy. That's quite low for the young people to say. This disdain spans generations and political parties. An Economist YouGov poll released this week showed over 70% of Americans think AI is advancing too quickly, with 68% of Republicans and 77% of Democrats saying it's moving too fast. That's a big deal. That's a big fucking deal. Other YouGov polling shows negative views of AI rising from 34% 3 years ago to just over 50% now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Just over 50%. I actually thought it would be more. Between the lines, AI executives aren't doing much to quell the backlash, which is already showing signs of slowing the industry. Some of them appear unfazed or unaware. And this is the other thing, is all these like tech CEOs and shit. Like they are fully like, oh, I can do no wrong. Like I just need to concentrate on getting AGI as quickly as possible. We need to make robots so smart that they can do any task a human can do, any economically productive task, any task that you get paid for, better than humans can. That's where we need to go. And I am just going to be able to keep doing that. And to their credit, they pretty much have been able to do that so far, for sure. But the public opinion has definitely shifted against them. And yeah, I'm uncertain if they're unfazed or unaware, but they certainly aren't helping their case by every day going out and saying the most evil things possible. In previous conversations with Axios, AI executives at multiple frontier AI labs were surprised by the negative opinions. They see AI as just as inevitable as the rise of the internet. Asked about backlash to AI, now that I don't agree with at all. I don't think, and when they say AI, we're not talking about just like any kind of machine learning, right? We're talking about generative AI, large language models, these extremely specific, AI implementations that are not inevitable at all. They are impressive. They are, popular. People are interested in them, but we did not have to go this way, right? This didn't have to be the way that we did AI. Asked about backlash to AI, superhuman male CEO Rahul Vohra. Okay, superhuman male. I don't know this. I don't know this. This company. That's a hilarious name, because when you say it out loud, you sort of sound like Andrew Tate or something. They should call it alpha male or something. But I guess it's like okay. Exactly. Whose company makes an AI-powered email assistant. I was just going to say, some email thing. Seemed unfamiliar with the premise of the question. After hearing about poor polling around AI, he responded, "We don't really see that." Yeah, I mean, you don't see that because you're the CEO of an AI company surrounded by yes men and yes robots. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that you're completely unaware. Like, this is the thing. People, when you try to stay updated on AI news and shit, right? Like, you start like listening to all these like AI experts and following these Twitter accounts that are AI, and then it's so infuriating because every post that these guys make is clearly written by AI. It's like super long and like completely unnecessary prose, and it's just like, it's annoying because I'm always like, if you couldn't take the time to write this, why would I take the time to read it? This is a horrible chart here. What do these pink bars represent? No idea. Share who say AI is moving too fast by age group. Okay, what are the age groups? What the hell is this? Oh, wow, 64%, 67, 72, 79. Okay, thank you for these 4 numbers. That is actually brutal. Oh, man, hang on. Can I find the original source? Will it say? Like, I would like to actually see it. Hang on, I got to do the thing with the links again. Archive's giving me problems. Most Americans say AI development is moving too fast. Twice as many are pessimists as optimists. Okay, here we go. This is much better. Okay. These are the people who say it's moving at the right pace. 27%. 71%. It's moving too fast. Like, this is like across the board, eh? 18 to 29, 64. So it's actually, it's funny that they're concentrating on the low age group because the old ones seem to be even more against it, which I'm actually, weirdly, I'm surprised by it because most of the people I know who love AI are older. But even the old people are like, oh, it's going too fast. So that's great. That's great. We're all on board. We're all on board. A majority of Americans say it is slightly or very unlikely that AI will create economic gains that benefit everyone. Okay, good. Thank you, guys. You are correctly reading the tea leaves here. Yes. Yes. Oh, good. Public opinion is turned against something. Now, I will say that doesn't necessarily mean anything will be done. That doesn't necessarily mean everything will be done. We got to also do shit. We got to also pressure, political candidates and do protests, and we got to do. It's not enough just for public opinion to be against something. Public opinion has very little to do with what actually is accomplished policy-wise. But all right, let's keep reading this. What they're saying, while the tech underlying AI is here to stay, what is not inevitable is that these technologies will be embedded in every... Sorry, what was that? What should I do, babe? Should I Like I'm not. I guess. Sorry. I guess we had another audio glitch. Someone clipped that CD skip glitch. I asked ChatGPT if ChatGPT is bad, and it said no. So I think we're fine. Nothing. So okay, sorry, but okay. The tech underlying AI is here to stay. Yeah, sure. But what's not inevitable is that these technologies will be embedded in every aspect of our lives, become indispensable, or replace humans. Right. Yeah. Okay. I like that. I think I agree with that. You know. I do think, people used to say that about blockchain shit though, where they'd be like, maybe Bitcoin will go down, but the blockchain is too useful. Like we will be using blockchain. So you invest in that technology. But now, I don't know that blockchain is inevitable. That seemed like that one was overhyped. But I mean, I do think it's hard to ignore the rapid spread and adoption of AI and things like, ChatGPT and other massive LLMs. Like, people love these things, even if they hate them, they use them. It was the fastest growing, downloaded app in history or something like that. Like, so many people got into that right away. Threat level, negative AI sentiment could become a financial liability for AI labs if it continues to curb access to their most valuable resource, compute power. Okay, so this is it. Okay. So this is how we could maybe stop AI. We need to find a way to curb access to their most valuable resource, compute power. Remember that thing? I've mentioned a bunch on here, so apologies if I'm repeating myself, but there's a fear at OpenAI when they were first growing ChatGPT that all these people have was like, oh my God, if people find out our secret, the secret to how we're able to do what we do, we're done. And the secret is that their entire strategy for improving ChatGPT can be written on a grain of rice, and it's the single word scale. They need more data centers, better chips, more quantized models. But at the end of the day, it's not like other tech companies where people have to painstakingly code new things into the back end to make it work smoother and improve the product. With ChatGPT, it's no, we need to cover the entire surface of the earth in data centers with the best possible chips, the best possible fucking video cards. And if we can stop them from being able to do that, that will be devastating for them. How do we do that? I don't know. A record number of data centers, which provide the compute AI companies use to answer user queries, were canceled in the first quarter of 2026 amid resistance from communities. Great. Good work, communities. Keep it up. Keep up the good work, communities. Public pushback is emerging as a binding constraint, particularly around data center build-out. That seems to be a place where people are vulnerable. Morgan Stanley analysts wrote in a note about market risks associated with the midterms. These data center setbacks are sapping confidence among investors, according to a note investment bank Jeffrey sent to clients. And that's super important too, because all of these fucking companies are getting so many donations. They're getting $1 trillion or whatever. They're getting $100 billion from the U.S. government. It's nuts. Reality check. Oh, hang on, folks. Axios. Reality check. AI has been around for years and is bound to be a central part of American life, whatever form it ultimately takes. Some version of AI is inevitable, but we have choice, said Aaron Ball, the CEO of Allo, an AI company. Okay, well, an AI company that builds models designed to be trustworthy. Oh, okay, so we can trust this guy then. He's the trustworthy AI guy. Is it the dystopian plot? Or can we have tools that humans trust? Like maybe, actually, I guess that's the stuff that I am trying to sell. Well, that's a coincidence. Okay, we interviewed the most biased person on Earth. Globally, opinion is more positive. Oh, interesting. So these are American stats. With the share of respondents expecting AI to do more good than harm rising to 59% in 2025 from 55% in 2024. Bottom line, AI industry has a serious PR problem that threatens to inhibit the rapid growth that its leaders have taken for granted. Oh, yeah. You should really watch Angela Collier's videos on AI. Ooh, I should, eh? She's like a physicist, right? Is that right? I think yes. Okay, yeah. No, she's great. All right, I'll somehow I wasn't subscribed. That's crazy. But she has some good AI videos. I'll check them out. Wait, Wrath of Khan's a bad movie. What? No, Wrath of Khan's good. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Wrath of Khan's like the best Star Trek movie. What? Okay, I will watch that one. Hopefully that's clickbait. If Angela Collier doesn't like Wrath of Khan for real, I will cry. But wait, does she? Sorry, I must be missing the ones about AI. Okay, whatever. I'll check that out. But there's another article I want to show you guys. This one from Wired. All right, so now we know that people hate AI. The AI hate wave is here. Kind of love that phrase, hate wave. Sounds kind of like heat wave, but it's about hate. Anyway, so here's something from Boguslaw, Daniel Boguslaw. Wasn't he the guy that did the Bohemian Grove investigation thing? Cool. I think this is him. Anyway, he wrote this article about U.S. law enforcement warns of anti-tech extremism as AI hatred grows. As Americans stew over the looming risk of job-stealing AI and data centers in their backyards, the feds are raising the alarm about a new category of threat, documents obtained by Wired show. And it's interesting that the Trump admin is like the ideal administration for the AI companies. Oh, yeah, true. Hate wave does sound like fascist EDM or electronic music. Yes, 100%. I was really hoping Angela Collier was a woman from the graduation video. Yeah, that'd be funny. All right, let's check this out. In the wake of attacks on CEOs, a nationwide protest movement targeting data centers, and increasing concerns about AI job replacement, federal intelligence agencies and the domestic law enforcement are circulating reports with a new domestic target in mind: anti-technology extremists. It's like, I don't know if you can call them anti-technology extremists if it's like 70% of the population agrees with them. You know, like this is anti-technology, like centrism. Yeah. But okay. But yes, there was an attack on, I think this is the one on, Sam Altman. Somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at his house. Yeah. This dude. Nationwide protest movement targeting data centers. Gang, we need more of this shit. The data center resistance has arrived. Cool. I wish resistance wasn't such a cringe word now. But yes, no, we need this. Stop, AI job replacement. I mean, there's so many bad things about AI, eh? It really is incredible. But oh yes, this New York Times article where Silicon Valley is bracing for a permanent underclass, and this idea that a lot of people in the AI world, the AI sphere, sort of think of AI as this, okay, so we're going to get AGI in like 10 years. And right then, everyone's class position will freeze. No one will have social mobility anymore. No one will, like, if you're poor, you're always going to be poor. If you're rich, you're always going to be rich. So the only thing that makes sense is for everyone to get rich as they can right now. Got to get as rich as they can right now, because once AGI happens, boom, it's done. That's as rich as you're ever going to be. So this is like this prevailing concept in Silicon Valley. Always they always have the most like dystopian, horrific sounding ideas about the fucking future, and they talk about them like they've achieved world peace or something. They're like, yeah, no, it's actually good news. So robots are going to take over, and everyone will be stuck at the spot they're at. The technology will depress economic mobility and exacerbate inequality while ferrying power and wealth to the AI companies and the existing owners of capital. This premonition is not a well-kept secret. It shows up in the Anthropic chief executive Dario Amodi's public pronouncements about a white-collar bloodbath, and in the disappearing message signal chats in which tech executives boast about the roles they plan to automate. Oh boy. But yeah. Yes, underclass is the word. There will be a permanent underclass. Do you want to be in the permanent underclass, or do you want to be on the winning team? This is this freaking. This is what this article is about. Anyway, really scary stuff. Federal intelligence agencies and domestic law enforcement, blah, 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 blah. Okay. More than 1,000 pages of unpublished reports from the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and fusion centers. What's a fusion center? Is that a government thing? Wait, I'm sorry. This is, I guess, not that important, but what the heck is a fusion center? What is that? In the United States, fusion centers are designed to promote, see, I got this little thing at the top, but it's not AI, it's Wikipedia. Designed to promote information sharing at the federal level between agencies such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Oh, okay, so yeah, okay, fusion centers. Cool. I was like, what the fuck is that? Like a nuclear fusion thing? What the heck? Sorry, I'm dumb. I don't know things like this. So, but the 1,000 pages of unpublished documents show a national shift taking place to surveil this new and worryingly broad category of people and activities deemed an emerging threat. This new effort follows Trump's National Security Presidential Memo 7. Yes, okay. I read over some of this. Pretty nuts. Countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. The weirdest thing about this maybe is that it's actually supposed to sound like Trump wrote it. It's like, you think Trump wrote all this? You think Trump wrote all this in like legal language? But it's written in like first person. I don't know. I guess I don't usually read shit like this. But it's a presidential memoranda. So I guess they're always written like that. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I hereby direct. What the frick? Get out of there. Even in the aftermath of the horrifying assassination of Charlie Kirk, 2 separate assassination attempts against my own life in less than 3 months took place during the 2024 presidential election cycle. Anyway, it's not written. Obviously, it wasn't written by him. I doubt he even knows what's in here. This is some other fascist in his administration wrote this shit. But there's some parts in here about like who they're going to target, and it's saying like, yes, common threads animating the violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. So, okay, it's funny that I just said that some fascists wrote this, because these movements portray foundational American principles, example support for law enforcement and border control, as fascists to justify and encourage acts of violent revolution. This anti-fascist lie has become the organizing rallying cry used by domestic terrorists to wage a violent assault against democratic institutions. So, like, yes, this is the thing where they designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization in 2025. Very cool. The United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks. So anyway, but is there a thing about tech in here? Tech, anti-technology or something? No. Okay. Well, anyway, what does Wired say? Earlier this month, Trump's counterterrorism czar, Sebastian V. Gorka. Remember that guy? That super Islamophobic dude? Yes, he was the counterterrorism czar in Trump 1. I didn't actually realize he was still that role. Haven't heard from him in a while. One of the most insane voices. One of the most fun James Adomian impressions. Sebastian Gorka. Yes, I'm Sebastian Gorka. Yes, I really don't like Muslims, and now I've decided I will work with the machines. Yes, I will work with them. I am on the side of the machines, the singularity. Yeah. Oh yeah, Marocat. I always thought Luddites, because I always heard Luddites as like, look at that Luddite, like that idiot who is afraid of technology or whatever. And I only in the past couple of years did I find out, no, actually Luddites were they were working class unions, like you're saying here, who used vandalism and, so having a hard time parsing the last part. And some break the wheat and say Ned Ludd did it to have a reminder. Well, yes. Anyway, yes, Ned Ludd did it to have a reminder. But they had they were just breaking machines because of a labor issue. It wasn't that they were just afraid of technology. Anyhows, this new effort follows President Trump's National Security Presidential Memo 7. Okay, we just read that. Taken together, these Trump administration directives have commandeered the domestic surveillance apparatus to surveil and criminalize speech and assembly that challenges the ideology of the White House. A new focus on anti-technology extremism adds an unreported category to already public designations under a presidency that has heavily invested political and material capital in AI and data center proliferation. Yes, the Trump White House is the best friend of AI. They are giving like Sam Altman so much goddamn money. So much goddamn money. They got him a Pentagon contract. He's doing fucking surveillance. They got Palantir up there, Anthropic. They got all these big ass AI companies get just carte blanche. One of the most terrifying things in the one big ugly bill that Trump put out, the big beautiful bill, was that like no one's allowed to regulate AI for the next 15 years or something like that. Like, hopefully that doesn't come to pass. Hopefully that we get some regulation, because my God. Among the documents in the tranche obtained by Wired is a New York Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau report that warns of widespread upheaval in response to AI adoption. So, we saw some of the stats here, right? People don't like AI. The AI hate wave is here. And it's not just me and the other Axios readers who have realized this. The guys, the very powerful, very wealthy, very, resource rich people who own the AI companies or have investments in them, they've also realized this. Of particular note is a novel term for what the Bureau purports to be an emerging extremism threat. So this is from the report, the chaotic atmosphere that may result from emergent AI technology in the next 5 years may fuel large-scale protests that devolve into civil unrest and anti-tech violent extremist activity, especially in large urban areas such as New York City. The report reads, the term anti-tech violent extremism does not appear in any publicly available DHS or FBI domestic extremism reports. Okay, that's right, because I was looking for something in that... the countering the fucking this bizarre shit that the White House website put out. So that, yeah, anti-tech violent extremism. So that's a term right now is only internal, I guess, until this Wired article. But like, look forward to hearing this term. Look forward to being called an anti-tech violent extremist. I think that will be, it represents a grouping of a wide range of ideologies under a single extremist category. In the same Intelligence Bureau assessment, analysts also describe a novel threat emerging in the wake of the arrest and trial of Ziz Leota. You guys know about this? The Zizians, an extreme rationalist who allegedly led a small cult-like group, 3 members of which have been charged with murder, tied to an obsessive ideology focused on the existential risk posed by AI. This would be a fun rabbit hole too, actually. The Zizians, they're like an AI cult that believe they found God in the machine. And apparently they killed 3 people. I didn't even know that. They killed 3 people? Jesus. This is, you've heard of AI psychosis, but imagine it happened to like more than just one guy. Okay, you always hear about like a guy killed his parents and then himself because he thought that he was going to become an angel or something. But no. Like, this is like not only did this guy convince himself of this crazy thing, he convinced a bunch of other people. Yeah. Hi Toluca. What's up? Oh, my camera went out for a second. That's weird. Daddy Toluca. Have fun getting your flat tire fixed. Ecoterrorism isn't ideal. But kind of how regulations are skirted to build data centers pretty illegal. Yeah, why not? Right. Yeah. Wait, how would you pronounce it? Oh, okay, extremism. Would you say extremism? I'm always saying extremism. Is that wrong? Why did I think it was extremism? Extremism pronunciation. All right, let's hear it.
Extremism.
Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. Extremism, really? That can't be right. Extremism?
Extremism.
No.
His research focuses on understanding
Extremism. No.
Extremism.
No. Vocab loco. Come on. Oh, this is a Spanish. It's Spanish. This is how you say it in Espanol. Oh, okay. I see. You guys wanted me to pronounce it the Spanish incorrect way. Well, all right. Let's just try one more, please. Come on. It's extremism, no?
We are looking at how to pronounce these words, as well as how to say more confusing vocabulary in English, so make sure to stay
This guy doesn't even know how to say vocabulary. Vocabulary.
tuned to the channel if you enjoy learning how do you say it. Extremism.
Oh, Julian McKell, not you too. My favorite ASMR/pronunciation channel. All right. Okay. Well, consider me thoroughly owned, okay? Extremism. Sounds so vulgar. Extremism sounds much better. Much more, I don't know, proper, you know? Okay. This is going to be rough for me, but I will try to pronounce it the right way now. All right. 3 members of which have been charged with murder. Okay, where were we? While the Zizian ideology is extremist in nature, extreme, then wow, a much less extreme version of the same fears surrounding the cataclysmic potential of AI are a common concern among AI alignment experts, machine learning engineers, and even frontier AI companies. Nonetheless, the Intelligence Bureau warns that paranoid views regarding AI may proliferate. In the aftermath of the Zizian's trial, okay, skipping ahead, okay, wait. Thanks to their attempts to reason the belief that a godlike incarnation of AI is imminent, and a belief that humans must best use their time in the present to devote themselves to ensuring its compliance with human morality or face existential consequences for failing to do so. The NYPD Intel assessment follows the department's collaboration with the FBI last year to monitor the signal chat of an activist group coordinating volunteers to monitor public hearings at immigration courts in New York, which is not illegal, right? That's not illegal to just coordinate people to go monitor immigration courts. The FBI surveilled activists as part of a broader investigation into anarchist, violent, extremist actors, one of the threat categories named in the new counterterrorism strategy. In addition to concerns about portions of the American populace disturbed by the rapid proliferation of AI, these centers are also gathering and circulating intelligence about alleged threats to data centers. Yes, now remember, the police and the FBI and all those kind of guys, they have, oh, am I frozen? Yeah, no, I'm fully frozen. Why? Why am I froze? Hello? Can you guys hear me at least? Can I move this? Okay, I can move this. It's just my camera is froze. Hang on now. Fully gone. Okay, fully gone. Not just frozen. I don't exist. Whoa, okay. Not coming back either. What the heck? Okay, well, wait. Just give me a minute. Oh, wait, no. Okay, something's happening. Hey, we're back. Okay, all right. I don't know what's happening. Stuff is moving around. Stuff's happening, and I don't know why. In addition to concerns about so where was I? Oh, I was going to say yes. The law enforcement exists to protect capital, to protect property, and there are different forms of violence. Right? It's interesting that the word violence is only ever it's never really. People don't dive into the difference between violence against human beings or, you know, even like sentient creatures, or violence against like inanimate objects, aka property violence, right? Like when you hear about eco-terrorism, there are eco-terrorists that might kill oil CEOs, and there are eco-terrorists that might blow up pipelines. Now, there aren't really any eco-terrorists doing that stuff at all, any kind of violence. The environmental movement is almost entirely peaceful, which is kind of bizarre, really, because it's bizarre and like it's surprising. You know, it is the probably the most important issue that humanity's ever had, and yet there's nobody doing property violence or, you know, violence against humans, which is interesting. But AI is slightly different because it has the environmental aspect to it, but it's also got a bunch of other shit that isn't purely concerned with environmentalism. So, I could see that happening. But it's interesting, like, violent extremist actors. Does that mean the guy who threw a Molotov through Sam Altman's window? Or does that mean the guy who burned down a data center that had no people in it? You know what I mean? And I don't endorse either of those things. Just want to make that totally clear. All right. FBI, if you're listening, I'm a good guy. I think AI is great. Use it all the time. It's my favorite thing. Grok. Love it. But it's interesting that there's no differentiation between these two types of violence, right? Because they are very different. They are extremely different. And I'll leave it there for now. Created in the way, but recommend Andreas Malm has some good writing about this topic. Created in the wake of 9/11, 80 fusion centers now pockmark the country and serve as go-betweens for federal intelligence agencies and state and local law enforcement. Right, okay, this is the thing I looked up earlier. In addition to concerns, about portions of the American populace disturbed by the rapid proliferation of AI, these centers are also gathering and circulating intelligence about alleged threats to data centers. Right. Oh, and I'll also say, is it not also a form of violence, the violence that these data centers and AI as a concept does to humans? Like that business does to humanity, to communities? Just water pollution, noise pollution, resource extraction. Oh, I said Wafi. Mugabe. Tips Fedora. Thank you for the US $1.99. Nice. Under the $2 so that my tax bracket doesn't go up. Appreciate you. Oh, and I can give you a like. I'm only able to like people's comments if they give me money. Literally, I cannot like anyone else's comments. But and Malcolm X forever. I mean, Malcolm X. Sorry, getting off topic here. Talking about violent versus nonviolent revolution, whatever. Revolution, I guess. Pretty much is always going to be violent, but like violent versus nonviolent protest. You got like the Malcolm X. You got the Martin Luther King. Think of them as kind of like the violent and peaceful wings of the same movement. Really oversimplifying, but like, it's good to have both. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Okay. Oh God, I might be flying a little bit too close to the sun here. But I would argue Martin Luther King would never have been invited to the White House and, the Civil Rights Act signed and all this stuff. He would have never been able to do that if he hadn't represented the much preferable option to the powerful, white supremacist people, than, the Black Panthers and Malcolm X and like the other guys who were not really, who were a lot scarier to the people in charge. So it's good to have the peaceful and not as peaceful wing of the same movement in order so that the peaceful guys can get in the room where decisions are made. And I'm not encouraging violence, and somehow what I just said doesn't encourage violence. I think that should cover me. Oh God. Oh geez, Goblin Queen, can you edit this so that it doesn't sound bad? This is maybe stuff that I shouldn't talk about on stream. All right, I'm going to move on. Okay, so the fusion centers, crazy name. Is that a new term? I had never heard this before. But so they are connecting like police to like FBI shit. A Western Pennsylvania fusion center, for example, claimed that adversarial actors, including state-sponsored entities, criminal groups, and extremists such as homegrown violent extremists or environmental extremists, may target U.S. data centers, and that these actors could also exploit the strategic importance of data centers to the U.S. economy, using them for activities like cryptocurrency mining or leveraging third-party entities, such as front companies, to gain access to U.S. data and infrastructure. And I'll add, like, it's not just, domestic adversarial actors who have realized the importance of U.S. data centers as targets. Iran talked about this as well. When they were getting when they were getting bombed. Sorry, I just caught the Mugabe out of the corner of my eye. Iran talked about this when they were getting bombed. They were like, we're going to start blowing up all the fucking data centers in the Middle East. That would be easy for us. All these like Operation Stargate shit data centers. This is a vulnerable thing. This is a vulnerable place, and it's a way where there's not a lot of people there. There's not a lot of human jobs at these data centers. A report from Northern Virginia Regional Intelligence Center warned that AGAAVEs, agaves, anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremists. Wow. Anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremists. Jeez. I mean, that is such a broad term, eh? Agaves. Huh. Like, you could describe January 6th as that. Anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremists. But there was one government that they liked. One government that they didn't like. But broadly, I think you call them they would fall into that category. But I don't think that that's who they're investigating here. They have engaged, influenced by government-related grievances and conspiracy theories, have engaged in pre-operational planning, targeting data centers and other critical infrastructure facilities to disrupt government operations. Report lists activities that could easily be carried out by peaceful protesters. So agaves as a category has been expanded so that peaceful protest also counts as anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremism. These intelligence reports are part of a long tradition of agencies identifying protest or even simply having strong opinions as precursors to violence. So protest or opinions, that's just a slippery slope to violent. We got to lock these people up. Suspicious activity reports are incredibly unreliable, often about vague or innocent behavior issued under permissive standards. These reports, often received in large volumes, allow officers to inject their own biases and see what they want to see in the facts. Among the vaguely defined activities flagged by the Northern Virginia Intelligence Center as suspicious are expressed or implied threat, expressed or implied threat. Jeez. Now I really got to go back and edit the stream. Observation, surveillance, photography, testing, probing of security, and attempted intrusion. The FBI investigates individuals who commit or intend to commit violence and criminal activity that constitutes a federal crime. The FBI wrote in a statement to Wired, "We have no additional comment." Homeland Security did not respond. The same intelligence center also circulated a report in March showing monitoring of constitutionally protected events and demonstrations related to critical views on technology. These events included multiple Tesla takedown protests against Elon Musk's ransacking of the U.S. government, Doge, and a breakup with Tech Rager sponsored by Eject Elbit, an activist group organizing to halt investment in the Israeli weapons manufacturer Elbit. Wow. I mean, that's not surprising. That part is not surprising. I'm sure that the government is monitoring all sorts of things that are pretty innocuous, but yeah, that's what they do. In addition to intelligence analysts working for outside fusion centers, SITE intelligence circulated bulletins to fusion centers alleging that conversations in a Neo-Luddite Discord server had turned violent, with one user of the group called for violence against tech CEOs and power plants. Jeez. Okay, Mandy Moorhall in with the Protestant slander. The other Martin Luther took some very violent dumps when he wrote what he wrote. Poop. All right. Hey, listen, this is a Protestant-friendly stream. No, not really. I don't know where I'm going with that. No, it's fine. You can believe whatever you want. You can believe what you like, as long as you're Christian of some kind. No, whatever. It's fine. Hey, do what you like. My edgy atheist era is over, and I now accept all belief systems. As long as you hate AI. Promises to do an incredibly difficult, if not impossible job consistently. Okay, what am I reading? So SITE is a for-profit private intelligence firm. More and more of these. That monitors social media for its law enforcement customers. It's probably got like a bunch of ex-CIA, NSA guys in it. promises to do an incredibly difficult, if not impossible job, consistently mining social media written by anonymous posters full of in-jokes, slang, different languages, vagueness, and so on, to deliver credible information that can predict threats. Instead, this type of activity tends to focus on people's views about things like policing, abortion, economic inequality, vaccines, or any other hot button topic of the day. By narrowing our OSINT focus exclusively to communities with a proven link to real-world harm, even trolling remarks have an informative value, demonstrating sentiment within a community toward a target. And our reports have shown a notable spike in the online threats advocating for sabotage against data centers, which is a true cause for concern. Yeah, okay. The documents obtained by Wired also show that fusion centers are currently keeping tabs on in-person assemblies. Oh, God. Committee meetings for local residents to express their dissent with data centers being built in their neighborhoods. I mean, okay, people are getting monitored for this. This reminds me of like post 9/11, like Patriot Act shit, where they'd be like, "Oh, there's a women's book club. We need to send a fucking mole in here to learn about it." Like, oh, we got to make sure these ladies aren't reading anything too radical. It's funny. I think at the beginning of this article, it says something like, the Trump administration has commandeered the surveillance apparatus. Yeah, here it is. Taken together, these Trump administration directives have commandeered the domestic surveillance apparatus to surveil and criminalize speech and assembly that challenges the ideology of the White House. Now, that is a weird way to put it, because they're not commandeering it. They were elected to take over it. And the domestic surveillance apparatus, yeah, it's been getting worse and worse forever, and it's always belonged to the president. Like, yeah, that's what the president does, like, I mean, yes, it's bad, it's really bad, but I just think it's funny to be like, they've commandeered, like, the domestic surveillance apparatus used to be good, it used to be used for only good things, and now the Trump guys have commandeered it to subvert its purpose to be used to surveil and criminalize speech, and that's always what it did. Anyway, minor nitpick, but under U.S. law, domestic terrorism is not a standalone crime. Domestic terrorism laws allow for targeting and surveillance of extremists, with charges sometimes bearing terrorism enhancements and sometimes excluding them altogether. This has led to protesters and activists being surveilled under domestic extremism provisions while being charged with crimes like criminal trespass and vandalism. Whoa. So this guy, extremism researcher Mauro Lubrano. Okay, hang on. The zeroing in on anti-tech activity is evident in an invitation to a lecture by extremism researcher Mauro Lubrano circulating in fusion centers across the country. Okay, so this guy's kind of like on their side. He's emerged as one of the foremost experts on anti-technology extremism. He's the author of Stop the Machines, The Rise of Anti-Technology, which describes the three main strains of a newly minted threat matrix. Whoa, threat matrix. I like that. That's a fucking cool combination of words. Threat matrix. Insurrectionary anarchists, okay, eco-extremists, okay, and eco-fascists. Oh, okay, so it's a big tent. There's a bit of a brown-red alliance here. Insurrectionary anarchists and eco-fascists. Yeah, that must be, those must be some lively meetings that this group has, this threat matrix. Lubrano's book just real quick. It is interesting. I feel like eco-fascism is sort of like underexplored, but like it's becoming more and more of a thing where, like, for a long time, like, caring about the environment, people just took for granted that was a left-wing position, right? Because like conservatives were like, oh, well, we don't believe in climate change or whatever. It's a threat perpetrated by the Chinese. But no, there actually are a lot of Nazis out there who are like, no, the environment is dying. The earth, the greenhouse gases are, contributing to climate change. And this is an international threat. And that's why we should close the borders and make it so that people can't fucking come into our Lebensraum. Which is interesting, right? Lubrano's book identifies followers of Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. German, okay, yeah, he's like the original eco-fash guy. German anarchist, Mexican eco-extremists, and far-right fascists in the Terrorgram Collective, which is a specific group, as distinct but aligned components of an emerging tech extremism movement. Interesting. Wow. Followers of Kaczynski, German anarchists, Mexican eco. So the left-wing groups here are both confined to countries: German anarchists and Mexican eco-extremists. Those are the only good guys against AI, and they're only in those two countries. Wow. In Lubrano's analysis, these groups are united by the fact that they have all plotted or carried out acts of violence. Oh, okay. These are the only guys who've actually done violence. Gotcha. In furtherance of their ideological goals. Cool. I thought Terrorgram, weren't they the guys that like convinced people to kill themselves and stuff? Adam Waffen Division co-founder and alleged Terrorgram Collective member Brendan Russell is facing a 20-year sentence for an alleged plot on a Baltimore electrical station. Okay. So he was trying to do that. While anti-technology violence is unacceptable, it should not be used as an excuse to securitize AI and emerging technologies, thereby silencing those who are critical of the current trajectory. So it's interesting. So he's like, I am not on the side of the government here. I'm not pro AI. I'm not surprised that my lecture is popular with them, but while anti-technology violence is unacceptable, and this is the thing I'm talking about, right? Anti-technology violence, like technically, is like throwing a Molotov cocktail through Sam Altman's window. That's violent. That's anti-technology violence, right? So like this is, even though it's specifically, in its specific category of violence, it doesn't differentiate, because there is a difference between hurting a human being and hurting like an inanimate, like whatever, video card. But anyway, I'll move on before I go down a dangerous road there again. But Spencer Reynolds says that despite the real, if limited, threat posed by these groups, a category like anti-tech extremism could be drawn so broad as to ensnare peaceful data center protesters, AI skeptics, and anyone with a bone to pick with technology that permeates modern life. Oh, of course. That's the entire purpose of this. They want to make it like illegal to just think AI is bad. The AI train right now has a lot of momentum. It's got like unlimited fucking pockets of money, which, to be fair, it is burning very quickly. Yeah, these people have the president's ear. Mm-hmm. Threat Matrix is my favorite hate wave artist. Oh yeah, actually, that would be a perfect name for one of those guys. And yes, we are talking about digital phenotyping. They have to amass a giant database to pass through individual data and compare it to other individuals who are extremists. Right. Okay. Yo, Frankie Noodles. For real, like if you can find like a I don't know, an article or a YouTube video or something about this, I will read it. Or I could look for it. But once I'm done this. We're almost done. Yeah, it's almost over. Just a couple more paragraphs. As people continue to organize for a better future, we're likely to see more surveillance and criminalization of this opposition, just as we have of Black Lives Matter, Occupy Wall Street, and environmental movements in recent decades. A January 2025 DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis report furthers this perspective by attempting to connect Luigi Mangione, the alleged assassin of United Health CEO Brian Thompson, with Kaczynski. That seems like a little bit difficult. That seems like it'll be a little hard to do. Law enforcement reports that the individual may have drawn inspiration from Ted Kaczynski and his anti-technology beliefs. The report reads, without offering further evidence. Jesus. It concludes with a warning alleging that executives are at a heightened risk for targeted acts of violence or threats of violence when they are perceived as taking advantage of individuals of lesser means. Perceived as that. When they are perceived as that, meaning like when people can see what they are actually doing. When they are perceived correctly. When people are, when they are clear about their motives and intentions, which AI guys generally have been. To their own detriment. They cannot stop saying shit that sounds obviously evil to anyone but them and their like close associates. But perhaps the clearest cut example of how nonviolent critiques of technology can be swept up and flagged as a threat is found in an open source report circulated by Site Intelligence in April 2025. The report flags a video from the progressive nonprofit More Perfect Union on the destructive effects of a data center to nearby residents in Georgia. Nothing in the video advocated for violence against property or people. There we go. See how that works? Property or people. But thanks to fusion center targeting, the advocacy group is now circulating among U.S. intelligence and law enforcement across the country as a potential threat vector. Yo, they're coming after fucking More Perfect Union, MPU. Yo, that's a great YouTube channel. First, they came for the anti-technology violent extremists, and I said nothing. And then they came for the YouTubers. And I did say something because I was a YouTuber, and that was personally upsetting to me. But, yeah, no, I'm like, I find this kind of alarming, right? But this is what you expect. This is what you expect. When you see, public opinion turning on something in a way that actually feels like, public opinion turns on a lot of things, right? Public opinion's always been like, okay, we should, there should be Medicare for all. That's public opinion. People want that. Generally people want that. Public opinion says, let's stop the fucking funding Israel. Let's stop the war in Gaza. Public opinion says, let's not go to war with Iran. Let's not do this. Let's not do that. Public opinion says a lot of shit. Public opinion says, let's release the Epstein files. Public opinion says, let's whatever. Public opinion says a lot of things. Public opinion has very little to do with what the government actually decides to do, unless public opinion is also combined with some form of activism. And I'm not saying it has to be violent, or should be violent, right? But like protests, like whatever, raising awareness. You can try and engage in electoral politics. You can write your fucking Congress guy or girl. You can write your whoever. You can have a parade. You can put up posters. You can do a lot of things. But like, how do you actually get people who have invested billions of dollars? Like, it's a massive amount. Like, just an OpenAI. Can I look this up? OpenAI investment total. Will that give me anything? The total amount of investment, $122 billion just for the like next phase of AI. 2026, they raised $180 billion from 72 investors. I want to know like how much they've totally. OpenAI closes funding round at $852 billion valuation. Like, this is a $1 trillion company. This is a $1 trillion company that still is not turning a profit. Not even close to it. These guys have money. This looks interesting. 6 charts that show the big AI funding trends of 2025. Let's see them. Crunchbase News. Proportion of funding to AI grows. 2021. Blue is funding to AI startups and green is rest of funding. Wait. Funding. Is it so this is all funding in what? Tech? Or just global funding? Jesus. Wait, is that right? AI captured 50% of all global funding in 2025? Yo, what? All global funding, like, period? OpenAI is the most valuable private company of all time, valued at $500 billion at the close of 2025. Not far down the list is rival Anthropic, the 4th most valuable at $183 billion. Together, those two companies alone make up close to 10% of the value on the Crunchbase Unicorn Board. These guys make a lot of money. These guys don't make a lot of money, I should say. These guys have convinced rich people that they are the thing to give money to. OpenAI is gray, Anthropic is pink, and the rest of AI is blue. And look at OpenAI, 2022, $0.6 billion. 2023, $10 billion. 2024, $6.6 billion. 2025, $41 billion. The rest of AI, $144 billion. Is that right? I thought it would be more than that. I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised that Anthropic is so much lower. I thought, I don't know. But the rest of AI, $144 billion. Okay, this is crazy. U.S. versus the rest of the world funding to AI. Yeah, so the U.S. is funding a lot more than the rest of the world. It's interesting that China has been able to compete with the U.S. AI companies so formidably. List of corporate investors: Meta, SpaceX, NVIDIA. And it's funny too, like looking at this, because when OpenAI was starting, one of their fucking pie in the sky stupid ideas that they actually thought, some of them actually thought they'd be able to stick to, is that, hey, there should only be one AI company, and if another AI company starts making gains and they pass us, we will fold, the company will end, and we'll just give all of our resources to that other AI company. And no, that's not how things work. Sorry, you got shareholders to answer to. You can't just be like, we decided for the good of the world, we're going to just commit corporate suicide and then give all our shit over to Anthropic. Corporate VC, venture capital, and private equity lead investors in AI by amount by year. Oh, now it's private equity is the big one. Probably not a good sign. Excuse me. AI funding concentration. Wow. But yo, am I understanding this chart right? Proportion of funding to AI grows. Like AI funding to AI startups, rest of funding? Like what do you mean the rest of funding? 50% of all global funding? What does funding mean? Does funding just mean like money? Like, how can that be? I'm sorry. How can that be? Where is the source of this? I'm so blown away by this. All right, anyway, okay. I don't know. This is Crunchbase News, so I'm not sure if this is a totally reliable site. But yeah, no, shit's crazy, guys. Shit's crazy out there. People hate AI. AI got all the money, and AI's got the fucking ear of the most powerful people. Just want to make a note. All this also fuels paranoia. Are people believing they're about to get got if they voice their societal concerns? Oh, yeah. 100%. And in fact, there's a... hang on now. I think... One second. This person from Washington Post had an article recently. Natasha Tiku. And she does a lot of reporting on AI. I thought she had an article. I saw an interview with her on Taylor Lorenz that I don't have time to read all of, but anyway, okay. But she had a thing here. I'll just look up the Taylor Lorenz thing. We won't watch the whole thing, but this is another element here. Yeah, billionaires are funding anti-AI content. What? Even me? Not me. I mean, I wish. But there is like a sort of thing with AI, and a lot of it has to do with like fear mongering, like you're saying over here, fueling paranoia. Oh, sorry. Actually, you're talking about something different. Yes, and that's true. Talking about the surveillance and stuff does fuel paranoia and make people less likely to speak out about things that they actually believe if they think that they're about to get got. True. Yeah. No, it has a dampening effect on free speech, right? So yes, good points. Great points. And I'm not sure how to resolve that. But there's another thing where billionaires will, fund all these like articles that make AI seem dangerous, but also powerful, because that also makes people, how moral can AI really be? I don't know. I'm assuming these articles are what she's saying are being funded by billionaires. But yeah, maybe she didn't write an article about it. Don't see a link. But yeah, no, it's confusing. What do we do? What do we do? How do we know what's good and what's bad? Hella bubble. Yeah, true. All right. Frankie Noodles? All right. Let's check out what you're saying. Brain transparency. WEF. This one? 72 views video from 2 years ago. Is this the one you're talking about? Brain transparency. What the heck?
Hey, I'm Nicholas Thompson. I'm the CEO of The Atlantic, and I will be your moderator.
Nice. This is at Davos, World Economic Forum. Sick.
Today, we are going to have an incredible session. Star of the show is Nita Farahani. She is a futurist and legal ethicist at Duke. And she's so smart and so interesting. You're going to learn a ton. This is how
Sounds so condescending.
We're going to watch a
She's
video.
so smart. She's like a genius.
Talk. And then we're going to do a little Q&A. Questions from the audience, and that'll be a wrap, and you'll leave enlightened and excited. So, first off, a video. It's going to make you see the future and understand a wonderful future where we can use brainwaves to fight crime, be more productive, and find love.
Cool. Use brainwaves to fight crime, find love, and be more productive. What could be wrong with that? Who could have an issue with that?
You're in the zone. Even you can't believe how productive you've been. Your memo is finished, your inbox is under control, and you're feeling sharper than...
Problem I have with this is that she forgot to say at the beginning, sit back, close your eyes, and imagine. Picture this.
And you have in a decade.
She just jumped right into the imagine part.
Sensing your joy, your playlist shifts to your favorite song, sending chills up your spine as the music begins to play. You glance at the program
Let the music
running
play.
in the background on your computer screen and notice a now familiar sight that appears whenever you're overloaded with pleasure. Your theta brainwave activity decreasing in the temporal regions of your brain. You mentally move the cursor to the left and scroll through your brain data over the past few hours. You can see your stress levels rise.
Now, is that something that we needed to get? Is that something we need to get? Like, am I... Well, like, you know what? Okay, actually, I have a friend who has, like, pretty severe, not carpal tunnel, but some kind of hand thing where they can't... So I guess, like, for people who want to be able to use a computer but have, hand issues, it would be cool to be able to hook your brain up instead of a mouse cursor. But I'm just like, is that something that, like, everybody needs if they're, like, on their computer or something? Like, mouses aren't that bad. But, hey, who knows?
Rising as the deadline to finish your memo approached, causing a peak in your beta brainwave activity right before an alert popped up, telling you to take a brain break. But what's that unusual change in your brain activity when you're asleep? It started earlier in the month. You send a text message to your doctor with a mental swipe of your cursor. Could you take a quick look at my brain data? Anything to worry about? Your mind starts to wander to the new colleague on your team, whom you know you shouldn't be daydreaming about, given the policy against...
Yo, I like that she had a fully animated thing here. Cool. Isometric style perspective. Fun.
Intra-office romance. But you can't help fantasizing just a little. But then you start to worry that your boss will notice your amorous feelings when she checks your brain activity and shift your attention back to the present. You breathe.
Oh God, that would be fucking awful. Oh no! Please do not create the world where your boss can do that. Oh no! Please don't let the boss know when I'm not paying attention.
Sigh of relief when the email she sends you later that day congratulates you on your brain metrics from the past quarter, which have earned you another performance bonus. You head home jamming to
Brain
the music,
metrics. Oh no!
with your work-issued brain-sensing earbuds still
This
in.
is supposed to be scary, right? This is gonna be like at the end. She's gonna be like, "We have to stop this from happening." She's not gonna be like, "This is the brilliant, beautiful future."
When you arrive at work the next day, a somber cloud has fallen over the office.
Oh no!
Along with emails, text messages, and GPS location data, the government has subpoenaed
GPS location data in a box.
employees' brainwave data from the past year. They have compelling evidence that one of your coworkers has committed massive wire fraud. Now, they're looking for his co-conspirators. You discover they are looking for synchronized brain activity between your coworker and the people he has been working with. While you know you're innocent of any crime, you've been secretly working with him on a new startup venture. Shaking, you remove your earbuds.
Wait, were those earbuds or were those like, those look like they were like attached to her brain? Oh, no, they're earbuds. Okay.
Know you're innocent of any crime. You've been secretly working with him on a new startup venture. Shaking, you remove your earbuds.
Oh, man, this is chilling, man. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Yeah, literal thought crimes, man. This is bad. Oh, wait, what the heck? What? No.
What do you think? Is it a future you're ready for?
Boo, no.
You may be surprised to learn that it's a future that has already arrived.
Huh?
Everything in that video that you just saw is based on technology that is already here today. Artificial
Earbuds? No.
intelligence has enabled advances in decoding brain activity in ways that we never before thought possible.
This is from 2 years ago.
You've heard a lot about AI over the past few years. Here at Davos, it's been the talk of the hour. But I want to talk about it in a different way, which is the ability to decode brainwave activity. After all, what you think, what you feel, it's all just data. Data that in large patterns can be decoded using artificial intelligence. Consider this. The average person thinks thousands of thoughts each day. As a thought takes form, like a math calculation, you're happy, you're tired, you're hungry, you're elated. Neurons are firing in your
Okay, I will be honest. I do sort of think this is a little bit pseudoscience-y. I don't know if the, like, you know, having the brain in the background with a bling, 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 like, I don't know if okay, I just doubt how close we are to being able to monitor people's brains like this.
brain, emitting tiny electrical discharges. As a particular thought takes form, hundreds of thousands of neurons fire in characteristic patterns that can be decoded with EEG, or electroencephalography, and AI-powered devices. In fact, what you're seeing here is my brain activity while I'm wearing a simple device like the one on the right. We're not talking about implanted devices of the future. I'm talking about wearable devices that are like Fitbits for your brain.
Right.
It used to be that there was very little we could tell from EEG activity. But already, using consumer wearable devices, these are headbands, hats that have sensors that can pick up your brainwave activity, earbuds, headphones, tiny tattoos that you can wear behind your ear. We can pick up emotional states like, are you happy or sad or angry? We can pick up and decode faces that you're seeing in your mind.
What? No. They can do that? The brainwave thing can, like, really? Okay, well, hang on now. What the heck is this? So they look at these two shapes? Or wait, is it supposed to be like the star shape? They see this and then reconstructed samples? Huh? Is that right? Okay, I mean, I don't quite know what this is trying to say, but that's, I don't know about all this. But all right, okay, listen, maybe this is real. Let's keep watching.
Simple shapes, numbers, your PIN number to your bank account. It's not just your brain activity here that we can pick up. We can also pick up your brain activity in different places, like as your neurons fire from your brain down your arm and send signals to your hand to tell you how to type, move.
Yeah, no, this feels like lie detector tests here technology. Yeah. I think that's like, I think that's true. Like you shouldn't be allowed to use this kind of technology to like fire someone, or especially to do like police, criminal investigation, Frankie Noodles. And Frankie Noodles also points out, keep in mind, this is literally a room full of the string pullers of the world. Yeah. This is the Davos elite at a World Economic Forum, TED Talk. This is not a warning. This is a sales pitch. Yeah. Like you know, when she's like, oh, imagine your boss can look at your brain thoughts. She's talking to like a room full of billionaires and like leaders. So like maybe it wouldn't be as frightening of a world to them as it would be to us. The tech simply doesn't exist, probably never will. It's pure grift. Yeah, it's I mean, like, there are people, like, isn't this kind of what Elon Musk's whole Neuralink thing is about? Like, he's trying to get there. But, yeah, and I know that there are things that can, like, monitor your brain waves. I've seen some people, because I'm sort of interested in meditation, I've seen some people use, like, for a while now, for, like, probably, like, a decade or so, people have been able to use these, like, consumer-grade, like, whatever, brainwave monitors to improve their meditation practice. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, let's see what else she says about it.
All of that can be decoded through electromyography, and that's what you're seeing here is a device now in the form of a simple wearable watch that can pick up that activity. And one of the pivotal acquisitions of the field, Meta acquired this company, Control Labs, in 2019, because major tech companies are investing in helping to make these devices universally applicable as the way in which we interact with the rest of our technology. In fact, the coming future, and I mean near-term future.
Oh, is that supposed to be like a brain? A picture of a brain made of a pink mouse cord? Very cool.
Is these devices being the primary way in which we interact with all of the rest of our technology. Rather than a mouse or a keyboard, you can simply swipe with your mind. Move your hand more seamlessly when you're in VR or AR. Use your brain as the way in which you interact with all of the rest of your technology, which is an exciting and promising future, but also a potentially scary one, a transformative one, one that will change the way that we interact with other people and even how we understand ourselves.
Candace! Yeah. Meditation grifters are also a thing? No. Those hippies wouldn't lie. That was weird. She's doing this hypothetical about working under tyrannical bosses, talking to said tyrannical bosses. Yeah, no, I mean, that's quite interesting. I mean, okay. Brain transparency, is that what this thing is called? How see-through brains can transform neuroscience. That was 2023. Are you ready for brain transparency? That's the thing we just watched. Scientists make live brain transparent. I think that's more of a literal thing, living brain tissue. WEF promotes brain transparency that allows bosses to monitor employees' brainwaves. Yeah, okay, what did this person say? Okay, this is an article from Big Techtopia. I don't know anything about this website, but what did they say about it? The session opened with a screening of a short video. The panel's presenter, so the person who introduced, what's her name? Nita Farahani, was Nicholas Thompson, the CEO of the Atlantic magazine. Described as an insight into a wonderful future where we can use brainwaves to fight crime, be more productive, and find love. Oh boy. A Fitbit for the brain, a wearable form of technology. I would like somebody to fact check this, though. Is this real? Fitbit for the brain? Wearable devices. Farahani serves on scientific and ethics advisory boards for numerous corporations. Surveillance of the human brain can be powerful, helpful, useful, transform the workplace, and make our lives better. Well, that seems bad. Huh. I don't know what to think about this. It does seem a little bit pie in the sky to me, but scary. It's just scary that people would even try to use this, presuming that they can get to a point where it's even like, it seems like it's possible. Like if the brain transparency movement can get to a point where it's about as good as AI is right now, where it seems like it works, but if you look under the surface, if you use it for long enough, you'll realize it's actually a lot less useful than it appears. If brain transparency gets to that point and it starts being used by cops and, your boss is looking at your shit, like, I've got a friend who works for a major, tech company, and they monitor everyone's like AI token usage, and you're rewarded. Like people get promotions and raises if they use the more tokens, and they put everybody's token usage up on the wall. Like they use Claude the most. They're burning the most gas with their AI stuff. They don't even have to use it for work. They can use it for anything. They can use it for their own shit. But you could be sitting in the office all day using whatever Anthropic's image generation shit to make like giantess vor porn, and your boss would be like, "Great work, Johnson. You've got the highest AI token usage in the on your team. I'm gonna make you the head manager of your division. Well done. You're going places. Remind me of myself when I was your age. Always looking for bigger and better things, and just devouring up the competition. Absolutely. I just briefly glanced at some of your queries and prompts, and seems like you're very concerned about inflation. I think that shows a real aptitude for economic, financial viability long term. You're hired. You got the job. You did it, kid. Are you ready for brain transparency? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. They cut out the part where they're already using it in hard hats in China. Oh, jeez. But okay, no, I would like to know about this. Digital phenotyping and nudge architecture. Sure. Okay, ResearchGate. Let's see if there's a YouTube video about it. I don't got time to read another long article. Nudge tech. Power of a gentle push. Okay, sure. Nudge theory, 10 years ago. Okay, so is it like an advertising concept? Choice architecture. Nudge, 3 years ago. Okay. Behavioral architecture. Let's say, I don't know. Well, wait, is there maybe one for digital phenotyping? That sounds maybe more applicable. Digital phenotyping healthcare. Okay. Digital phenotyping using AI for psychiatric disorders and genetics. Understanding human behavior through smartphone data. Digital phenotyping. Well, I mean, all these things seem to be sort of like, oh, we can use it to help people. We can use it for, like, this one's like medical-centric podcast. Digital phenotyping using smartphone behavior. Is this what you're talking about?
Today's medical-centric topic is digital phenotyping using smartphone behavior.
Okay, this sounds like a voice a text to voice.
Today I'm going to bring you an interesting topic, nudge technology, which we have been using it or we have been part of that, but we never noticed. Okay. And did you know that most people, 90% or higher, choose the default option when signing up for a new service? In the context of India, if you happen to book movie tickets through Book My Show, there is a default 2 rupees donation towards Book a Smile Foundation. Have you ever noticed that?
Okay.
And with regard
so it's like when you go to the grocery store and they're like, would you like to donate $1 to orphans or something? Whatever.
To organ donation, countries with opt-out organ donation policies where the default is to be a donor have much higher donation rates than countries with opt-in policies.
Okay.
Talking about retirement savings, employees are more likely to participate in retirement savings plan when enrollment is the default.
Right. Okay. So this is like, a concept that's probably, been around for hundreds of years, but is really, really useful for designing like, social media and just like website kind of UX where, that the opt-out approach to like surveillance and whatever. Yes.
And also, if you
think I
consider
get it.
email newsletters, people are more likely to stay subscribed to a newsletter if they're automatically opted in. However, we have an option to unsubscribe from the email or the newsletter service if at all we need to do. This is not about manipulation, but about gently guiding people towards better choices.
Oh, that's a really optimistic way of looking at it. I would say it is 100% about manipulation.
So let's dive into how this nudge technology works. Think about a supermarket. Where do they place the healthiest options? Often they are strategically positioned at eye level. And this is called choice architecture, wherein the supermarket owners carefully design the environment to influence our decisions. Next, subtlety is the key. Because nudges are not about force. They are subtle suggestions that nudge us in the right direction. Of course, again, you still have an option to maintain.
Okay. I think I get it, right? I don't know if I need to go through this entire thing. Interesting. Digital phenotyping. Yeah, I'm sorry, Frankie Noodles. This does sound interesting, and it sounds like even like relevant to our modern age. I'm just not sure where to begin with, streaming about it. But I don't know. This is a Wednesday stream, right? It's like a little bit less planned out, a little bit less. I don't know. Like, I don't really know what I'm doing here. I'm kind of, I don't have as much of a plan. I'm open to suggestions if anybody has suggestions. Oh, this is another article I was thinking about reading. What will it take to get AI out of schools? And this is like another issue with AI that I think is probably the one that people talk about the least. Maybe not, but it's one that I don't hear talked about very much, that it does hurt your brain. Using a lot of AI will make you dumber. And there is right now a huge push to put AI in schools. The tech world assumes AI-aided education is necessary and inevitable. A growing number of parents, educators, and cognitive scientists say the opposite. Look at that picture. I feel like all of these AI articles, like, is kind of, they always got to have like a really good, like, human illustrated, like, spooky image. Like, there's a bunch of these, right? Like, that's cool. AI didn't do that. You can tell because it doesn't have like a weird yellowish tinge. That's human made. And the artists are like, oh, you need me to do something that's like against AI? Yeah, I'm in. And I'm going to put my whole fucking pussy into it. Sorry, I've been watching too much RuPaul. I shouldn't say that. I really shouldn't say that. That's not my phrase to say. Maybe I can't read it unless I can get it past the paywall here. Get. Oh, that's interesting. They're using the digital phenotyping model to steer people through their devices politically, socially, sexually, etc. Interesting. Yo, Frankie, I am genuinely interested in that. Are you in the Discord? You seem like you'd be a good addition to the Discord conversation. But hop in there if you want and get in on the shit. Throw me maybe some links. We got like a Project Fuck Big Tech section where we talk about stuff like this, or you can just kind of do whatever. And let me know because I would be interested to learn more about that. I don't know. Is this long? Oh, it seems kind of long. Oh yeah, this is a really long article. Okay, I'm not gonna read this entire thing, but I'll read like a little bit of it maybe. I don't like AI. I'm raising my children not to like it. I've been telling them for years now that chatbots are manipulative and dangerous, that AI image generators are loosening our collective grip on reality, that large language models are built atop industrial scale intellectual property theft. At times, I find myself speaking with my kids about AI in the same terms that we might discuss a creepy neighbor who lives down the block. Avoid eye contact, cross the street when you walk past his house, and when in doubt, call on a trusted adult. Yes, I too have suspected that the creepy neighbor walks on cloven hooves inside his Yeezy Boosts. Okay, but he probably isn't going anywhere. In fact, he keeps buying up properties around town, so just try your best not to engage. Whoa, huh? I have totally lost grasp of the metaphor here. AI is a creepy neighbor. Avoid eye contact. I have suspected the creepy neighbor walks on cloven hooves inside his Yeezy Boosts. That's like Kanye's shoes, right? Sorry, I am getting so sidetracked here. Yeezy Boosts. Right? Yeezys. Or does that have nothing to do with Kanye? Okay, it's just like an Adidas shoe. How would you fit a cloven hoof inside this? What? You think that you really think a fawn, your local neighborhood pan mythological creature is wearing this? How would a cloven hoof fit in there? They're not that tight, you know? Nah. Cloven hoof, you'd need like a boot, like something with a long leg. You know, like one of the like a Doc Marten or something, and then you could put that in there and people wouldn't notice that you weren't filling up the first part. And let me also look up what a cloven hoof is. It's a hoof that's it's split in two, I think. Yeah, cloven hoof. How you gonna put that in a Yeezy? What the heck? Nah. Anyway, okay. Nothing to do with what we're talking about. Where were we? In fact, he keeps buying up properties around town, so just try your best not to engage. Somehow, I was not prepared for the creepy neighbor to start hanging around my kids' schools. Somehow, I thought we had until high school. In February, my son, who's in 3rd grade at a public K-5 in Massachusetts, came home with a piece of paper in his backpack that read, Certificate of Completion for Demonstrating an Understanding of the Basic Concepts of Artificial Intelligence. He and his classmates had earned this honor, I learned, by playing a computer game produced by the nonprofit Code.org in partnership with Amazon feature engineer called Mix and Move with AI, in which the student designs a cartoon dancer and remixes a popular song, available, needless to say, on Amazon Music. The game is an inane drag-and-drop affair that has little to do with AI. The certificate, it turned out, was merely a memento of a pointless and deceptive branding exercise. Great. Very cool. This is in schools. Then in March, students at my 11-year-old daughter's public middle school began receiving new Google Chromebooks. And that is when I heard the tap-tap of the cloven hooves approaching our doorstep. Nice. You know, I do like, it is cool to use this language. It is cool to bring the fear of Satan into AI. I think strategically this is a smart move. We got to get the satanic panic people on our side here. The Chromebooks, which the students use in every class and for homework, came pre-installed with an all-ages version of Gemini, a suite of AI tools. When my daughter, who's in 6th grade, begins writing an essay, I feel like she says how old her daughter is every single time she brings her up. Anyway, whatever. Gets a prompt. Okay, so when she begins writing an essay, she's in grade 6, she gets a prompt. Help me write. If she's starting work on a slideshow presentation, the prompt is, help me visualize. She shoos away these interruptions, but they persist. Help me edit. Beautify this slide. The image generator is there if she'd ever wish to pull the plug on her imagination. The Gemini chatbot is there if she ever wants to talk to no one. Yo, I'm actually coming around on this article. I like the way it's written. So many times I warned her about the creepy neighbor. Now he reads her poems and knows her passwords. He's always watching through the screen. No single company has a monopoly on AI and education. In Boston's public schools, 6th graders use chatbots powered by OpenAI's ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude to prepare for this year's statewide standardized tests. Oh boy, that can't be good either. In New York, first of all, best case scenario, they're just using AI to learn shit, and they're like using it like Google. Like, what's the answer to this question? Even then, they're getting a bunch of AI hallucinations, ChatGPTs feeding off of a bunch of random fucking forums made by like delusional people regurgitating like false or like bigoted histories, or it's just straight up hallucinating because it doesn't know the answer to something. That's bad. Worse than that, though, if people are using, like, kids who are learning to write and learning to use their brain are using AI to like write shit for them and draw shit for them, visualize shit for them, they are not exercising that muscle. They're not exercising that muscle. It's like going to the gym and instead of doing push-ups, you get a fucking machine to do push-ups, Like you get a little robot. You get one of those little poochie dogs, those little robot dogs that were popular when I was a kid. And they run around the track for you. And you're like, oh, I went for a long run today. Like that, this is crazy. And for kids, this is the crucial brain development time. We're offloading that to AI. Oh my God, it isn't even ready. It isn't even good. AI isn't even good yet. Oh, this is bad, folks. This is bad. Oh God. Okay, I wasn't ready for this next sentence. In New York and LA, kindergartners talk to a gamified reading bot called Amira, which records children's voices in order to provide AI-driven feedback. A public school parent in Brooklyn told me about a second grade art class, which the students can cook up AI slop using Adobe Express for Education. When a group of fourth graders in LA used the same Adobe program to design a Pippi Longstocking book cover, it spat out highly sexualized images. My God. No, we can't be doing this. This is bad. Boy, that's the other thing with AI. It does not source its shit. And a lot of times, when I would have like the Google AI before I turned that shit off, it'll come up with like it won't even say the link. It'll have like a little picture of a link, like a little like paper clip or something. And I would click on it and it would take me to a site, and the site would not be what the thing, like it would say, yes, absolutely, this is the case, something. And I'd be like, really? And I'd go to the page that it was citing and it wouldn't say anything like that. Crazy. In a national survey conducted by the Times, about 80% of K-12 teachers said that their districts use Chromebooks, which has created a vast captive market for Gemini and helped make AI in schools a near universal prospect. So Gemini seems to be it's heading towards having the monopoly. God. Because they got in there from COVID-19, they were the cheapest, easiest option, the Chromebook. A slow browser connected to a janky trackpad. Oh boy. Okay, so Gemini, that one, watch out for Gemini. They will be getting big. I predict Gemini merging with OpenAI because Google has invested so much in OpenAI that it doesn't make full sense to me that they'd have their own completely independent AI department. But I don't know. I'm not a business guy. What do I know? I'm just a little bit confused about that. Like, why are they competing with their own kind of investment, Who knows? And Google's big enough, maybe. Like, they could probably do it. Some advocates suggest AI might eliminate the need for pedagogical expertise altogether. Oh, great. Alpha, a fast-growing private school chain that employs guides instead of teachers and serves children as young as 4, claims that it harnesses the power of AI technology to provide each student with personalized one-to-one learning, allowing kids to crush academics in just 2 hours per day. Oy. At a recent White House summit on children and tech, Melania Trump appeared alongside Figure 3, a humanoid contraption by the robotics company Figure AI, which looks, sounds, and moves as if Eve from WALL-E had mated with an arthritic Imperial stormtrooper. Yes! Go off. The First Lady asked her audience to imagine such an AI-powered robot as a teacher, one who is always patient and always available to its student. This lucky pupil will learn more quickly and have more time for friends and sports, Trump said. Here she will become a more complete person. Figure 3's face is literally a black screen. A robotic balaclava. Let's see. Figure 3. Figure 03. Introducing Figure 03. Well, your newest best friend. Now we're going to teach you how to be a robot. Oh, it's one of these guys. This looks like the Elon Musk Tesla robot guy, right? Is that where this is from? Figure 3, the third generation humanoid robot. Oh, wow, this could be your kid's new teacher. Wow, look how scary we made him look. Oh, he's all silhouette in a dark dungeon. Cool. A white-walled dungeon. What do we got here? Hello? Wow, okay. All right, Figure AI. Maybe you should get one of these robots to recode your website. Why can't I play the video? Let me try refresh. There we go. Oh, wow, cool. Frozen again. Huh. Well, I'm sure this video eventually turns into something appealing looking. All right, whatever. Oh, another video. Wow, a robot that can turn on a washing machine. It's very cool that I get to watch the first 1 to 2 seconds of so many different videos. Ugh. Oh, it could be a hotel concierge. Wow. Basically, these are just like a humanoid version of like the screens at McDonald's where you order. The Black Mirror is the guy's face. That is brutal. And I guarantee you, by the way, AI wrote all this shit. Okay, no, stop it. Closing. Figure 3. Where were we? The message from the White House and often from tech companies is that Figure 3 and its AI militia are irreversibly here. Well, we should feel terrified, but also empowered. Geez, so this article is kind of like the just like a list of horrible things. Oh no, okay. So it gets into like, okay, what is the data show? Analysis of data from 1,300 U.S. school districts. That's a pretty big sample size. Found that 1 in 5 student interactions with generative AI involved cheating, self-harm, bullying, and other problematic behaviors. Really? 1 in 5? Oh my God, that's crazy. Fuck. This month, a study by researchers from MIT, Carnegie Mellon, UCLA, and University of Oxford showed people who use LLMs on fraction-solving math problems and then lost access to AI assistance perform significantly worse without AI and are more likely to give up. These findings are particularly concerning because persistence is foundational to skill acquisition and is one of the strongest predictors of long-term learning. I didn't know that, but that's interesting. Persistence, like not giving up when you suck at something, is one of the earliest predictors of like, oh, this person is going to learn a lot of shit. The Brookings Institution released a pre-mortem on AI in children's education. A pre-mortem. That's a funny way to put it, which paired analysis of about 400 research studies with hundreds of interviews with students, parents, educators, and technologists, and concluded that AI tools undermine children's foundational development. Now, there are a lot of arguments against letting children, giving children access to AI when they're like 4 years old and throughout the rest of their academic career. There are many arguments against that. That does, in fact, seem to be a horrible idea. Bad for kids, mostly. Right? Like that, it's almost like an apocalyptic level, like, holy shit, we have to stop this from happening. But on the other hand, it's really good for Gemini's branding for kids to get used to using its platform when they're young so that they continue to use it when they're older. In 20 years when Gemini has taken over everything in the world. No, that's good. It's good that children might have a robot teacher because, yes, they might not, learn about how, they might not form a good theory of mind about adults and, other human beings. They might not have the sort of human facial expression responses that go back and forth between students and teachers, and that helps form, an understanding of the world. They might not get all that, but it will help the Figure.ai company to raise enough money to fix their video player. So that's important too, guys. Let's not let's not, whatever. Forget about that. The message from the White House and from tech companies and public schools is that Figure 3 and its AI militia are irreversibly here. Okay, we read this, but I skipped over this part. It sounds kind of interesting. Last month, New York City's Department of Education began soliciting public feedback on its preliminary guidelines for using AI, which include this admonishment. The question is not whether AI belongs in schools. The question is whether we will collectively build a system that governs AI to serve every student and every stakeholder. It's quite the rhetorical complex, opening a debate by declaring its central premise off limits. It's like, by the way, we want feedback on the AI, but we don't want you to say that you don't want AI in schools at all. You're not allowed to say that. You're allowed to say either you like this way or you want a different way of having AI in schools, because AI, that just goes without saying, we will have it in schools. Yes, this is interesting too. A 2025 study out of MIT cautioned that the integration of LLMs into learning environments may inadvertently contribute to cognitive atrophy. The authors appended an FAQ to the paper with instructions on how to discuss its findings. Please do not use the words stupid, dumb, brain rot, harm, damage, brain damage, passivity, trimming, and so on. You can't even use the word harm? I can kind of get all of these other sort of like simplified harm. Like, come on now. We are cutting off learning at the knees. We are potentially undermining complex thinking, changing the development of sociality, and mistaking the learning goal. Yeah, this all seems quite bad. This person is a co-founder of the organization AI for Education. She says, children should not be using chatbots under age 10. These tools require expertise and evaluation skills that even many adults don't have. Isn't that the truth? Google's decision to make Gemini available to all ages, she said, marked one of the few times in her career she's lost sleep over a work-related matter. They so clearly know this is going to be bad for kids, and yet they're still going to do it. I don't know. I don't think they're asking really basic questions. Like, if a kid can immediately make a picture instead of draw one, what will happen to that kid's ability to think on their own and draw? Oy. No, they'll still have that ability, but it'll just take the form of they'll have the ability to think of a cool prompt. I'm sold. Computer, make me really smart. Hey. Some of my daughter's old school work is stored on her new Chromebook, including a slideshow she made last year in 5th grade about the history of the printing press. I recall gently encouraging her before the project was due to rearrange some of the pictures and to reconsider her choice of black on dark blue type design. She just as gently rebuffed me. Yeah. You got to learn your typography lessons somehow. The other day, for the purposes of this article, we ran a slideshow through Gemini's beautifying and editing process in Google Slides. Gemini scrubbed and buffed the captions. Inside 30 seconds, it had symmetrically shuffled the pictures, added a bunch of its own, and revamped the typography, which was now bigger and easier to read, evocative of a 15th century movable type, and set against a contrasting backdrop of aged vellum. Oof. Comparing the two slideshows felt for me like the mother-daughter pool race in Mommy Dearest, with Gemini playing the role of Joan Crawford. I'm bigger and faster, I will always beat you. My daughter was unmoved. I like mine better because it's original and I worked really hard on it, she said. I like mine better because it didn't take 30 seconds. Nice kid. Nice kid you got there, author of this article. Immortio no lang. All right. Sorry. It's a long article and I don't feel like I want to read the entire thing. Yeah. So this is something Sinha, of Google for Education, somebody there. I assume she's introduced this person earlier in the thing, but so this is a guy who's pro AI, or I think. She asked him for a few AI best use cases that an elementary school teacher might consider. Oh, you could use Gemini to create a children's story that isn't just an arbitrary children's story, he said, but you could bring in context of your classroom or even pictures and work with Gemini then to say, hey, here's a storybook that we can all read together that makes it a little bit more relevant, a little bit more personalized. He offered another example. Maybe a child had a drawing that they were proud of, and the teacher can select one and put that into Google Vids, the company's AI video generation and editing app, and animated into a really interesting video of that drawing, which immediately engages and hooks students in a very different way. Yeah, but does it hook them into like drawing or storytelling, or does it hook them into AI videos? He added that by using AI tools, students are able to create much more impressive projects than you could have never done before. But yeah, but why and in what ways does a child's story or drawing need to be impressive? Impressive to whom? And should it leave the impression that it was made with AI? This is where I could go back to an educator, Sinha said. Like, what do you want from this? That is such a good question. Why does it need to be impressive? And impressive to whom? Like, yeah, very, very bad. All right, I'm gonna skip to the end. I think I get the point. Brody, who's Brody? Kate Brody, the mother of a first grader at an LA USD school, said the money spent on tech platforms and replacement Chromebooks is money that could be going to teachers. Very true. And they're even trying to replace teachers with the fucking washing machine robot. So that's good. It feels like there's no place to say, as a family, we don't believe in this. We don't think it's right, Brody said. My primary concern with my kids using AI is cognitive, but for other parents, it's moral, it's ethical, it's environmental. These things were rolled out so quickly with no consent, and now we're trying to dismantle them. What Brody and others are trying to dismantle is already part of a daunting corporate and technological superstructure. Hey, okay. Get a little bit Marxist with it there in the New Yorker. Yet there is nothing eternal or canonical or irreversible about this system. Gemini's new, but the spectacle of children hunched all day over a median nerve-shredding computer manqué is itself a relatively recent and it would seem plausibly impermanent phenomenon. Chromebooks in classrooms are not inevitable. We could choose to see them as a stubborn but eminently killable weed of the pandemic. Ooh, I like that. I like the way she writes. Like QR code menus in restaurants. Yeah, I stopped using those. I'm paranoid about those QR codes because they can track you. You don't know where it's going to take you. Scan that with your phone. It can take you anywhere. Give me a physical menu, please, or just tell me what the vegetarian options are, and I'll get one of those. Or bring me an IPA, whatever. The Times recently published an excellent story. Blah 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 blah. Nowhere is it written that a multinational conglomerate with a market cap of $4 trillion is fated to command our public schools, grant fellowships to the leaders of those schools, or to monetize the inefficient children who attend them. Yes, and that's what it is. This is like a desperate attempt to monetize an extremely, incredibly, historically expensive technology at the expense of the brains of our kids. Another item in the Student Tech Bill of Rights, in fact, is the right to a learning environment that is free from undue corporate influence. Amen to that. Brody told me that anti-AI advocacy in education is tricky because screens have become virtually synonymous with school, and AI is increasingly synonymous with screens. You have to be more surgical about it than with a lot of other problems, she said, unless you're going to take the computers and chuck them into the sea. But why not? I thought back to what Sinha had asked me. What do you want from this? Well, what if the answer is nothing? Yeah, the future generation gap will be interesting. Yes, agreed. Agreed. Yeah, children are good at making up stuff. They ain't need a large language model to be like, Winnie the Pooh is not just yellow. He's a bear, you know? We don't need that shit. We don't need that shit. Oh God, this shit pisses me off so much. What will it take to get AI out of the schools? What will it take to get AI out of fucking everything? What will it take? Yeah, this sort of shit, this apocalyptic permanent underclass stuff is scary, but I'm not fully convinced about it. Oh, that was interesting. Ooh, this is another AI thing we could watch. No. I'll save this one. I'll save the new Professor Jang. Okay. New topic. Jeffrey Epstein's last interview. A New York Post columnist looks back. So apparently, did you guys know about this? So I just found this. This is from 6 months ago, but Epstein's last interview was with a guy at New York Post, and here's him on the New York Post podcast talking about it. And yeah, let's check it out.
It was like almost an hour
We just went through everything.
that you were on the phone.
We just went through everything. I can already tell I'm going to have a good time trying to do an impression of this guy's voice.
This is what he says to me. It's bull that I'm a pedophile. And one other thing, I'm not a hedge fund manager. The only thing worse than being called a pedophile is a hedge fund manager.
This guy seems to really like Epstein. Eh? He's like, oh yeah, I met Epstein. Yeah, he had some classic liners. He's a witty guy. He's like, I'm not a pedophile, but even more than that, I'm not a hedge fund manager. I'm not a, hey, you call me a hedge fund manager over here? I'm Jeffrey Epstein over here. Okay, I'm taking it too far. Dialing it back.
Jeffrey Epstein is very much in the news now as much as ever, and
now more than ever.
Joined by one of the Post's very own, who has the interesting honor of being the last person to ever interview Jeffrey Epstein. How did that come about?
I can't remember exactly where it was, 2019. And I read something, this woman at the Miami Herald was doing a lot of the stories.
Doesn't even know Julie K. Brown's name. Like the number one journalist, like one of his peers in his field. Doesn't know the person who kind of like broke the Epstein story in 2018. But okay.
Based on the victims. There's sources are telling her, I'm paraphrasing, but it's along these lines, that Jeffrey Epstein's initial light sentence, remember, again, for underage prostitution, 13 months in jail, was the result of the fact that he also cooperated with the government in helping them address financial crimes post-financial crisis. And I was like, whoa, I don't believe that. I was going to write a story that said...
Sorry, wait, what does he not believe? What does he not believe? I missed something.
Months in jail was the result of the fact that he also cooperated with the government in helping them address financial crimes post-financial crisis. And I was like, whoa, I don't believe that.
Okay, I mean, yeah. So this is like, he got out of it because he, ratted on people at Bear Stearns or something like that. Like, that's a theory. I mean, I think it's interesting. I don't know if I fully believe it, but it's weird that he's like, no, I don't think so. Like, what does he mean he doesn't believe it? Like, that's what I'm a little confused about. Maybe
I was going to write a story that said, the mystery deepens as to why Jeffrey Epstein got off early. As I'm writing it, I realized, I have to call Jeffrey Epstein.
I think he's saying Epstein helped with the investigations into Bear Stearns, not into Jeffrey Epstein. The Wall Street crash. The what's it called? The recession. Because Bear Stearns collapsed, right? In 2008? Let's check it out. Bear Stearns. I forget what. Yeah, defunct American investment bank that famously failed during the 2008 financial crisis. And it was sold to JP Morgan Chase, which was, CEO of Jeff Staley was one of the most guilty people in the Epstein files. One of the most obviously guilty people, I should say. Yeah, is there anything in here I wonder about Epstein? On Wikipedia? That would be crazy. No, there isn't. But okay.
So how did you get his number?
Well, that's the thing. So I go to a dinner with a very...
wait, he was saying something crazy there, and she's like, wait, so how'd you get in contact with her? I was like, no, wait, say more about that.
A rich real estate guy and a very powerful other businessman. I don't want to say their name.
Keep in mind, this is a New York Post podcast, and this is a New York Post author. These are not the fucking finest journalists the world has to offer by any means. This is like if TMZ and Breitbart had a kid, it would be New York Post. Basically what it is. And so anyway, but this guy, apparently he was the last guy to interview Epstein. So curious to hear how it goes. So he gets his phone number. How did he get his number?
I tell him about this Epstein story. I said, yeah, but the problem is I can't get in touch with the dude. How do you get, he's not in the phone book.
Right.
This guy, one of them whips out their iPhone. Oh, here's his number. And I said, all right, I'll call him. So I spoke with Epstein.
Oh, cool story. How'd you guys number? Oh, it's crazy. I was talking to the guy. I was like, I don't have his number. And he's like, I got his number. Here's his number. He gave me his number. Okay. Okay. Who was the guy? Like what?
In April 2019. And you were there because you were my producer.
April 2019. Okay, so yeah, I mean, he was arrested in July 2019. So I guess, yeah, from April to July, nobody interviewed him. Yeah, July 6th, just looking it up here.
I was sitting outside the
I'm going into
the
Cavuto's
office.
thing, and I remember I called him when I was still at my desk, and then we start a long conversation.
I mean, if my memory serves, it was like almost an hour.
We just went through everything.
You worked on an article for an hour, dude? That actually broke all records for New York Post articles. You know, and that doesn't even include like research and fact checking. That's just the interview. Dude, that's crazy. How are you going to write 10 articles a day about Zoran Mondani if you're spending an hour on this?
We're on the phone.
This is why you're the least productive employee.
Yeah, so this is what he says.
Like an hour is not that long, by the way. That's what I'm trying to get across. Like an hour is not that long for an interview. It's not that long for a conversation with your friend or with an acquaintance. Like that's nothing. All right, come on.
It's bullshit that I'm a pedophile. I'm not a pedophile. And one other thing, I'm not a hedge fund manager. The only thing worse than being called a pedophile is a hedge fund manager. So he says, and I said, well, that's interesting. He goes, he's a wealth manager. This is what he did. He had specific clients that he helped with manage their wealth, tax avoidance or tax planning, however you want to call it.
I mean, he gave Leanne Black of Apollo something like
wasn't just
140.
Wasn't just him, by the way.
But there were many, and
yeah, it was like a handful.
The numbers make no sense. The idea that somebody would pay him
just so you know, I did a lot of reporting on this. He was known as a savant when it came to taxes. That's what Jimmy K.
People thought he was one. Was he one? Is the real question. I would say no. I'd say Epstein was a lot dumber in almost every sense than his reputation said he was. That would be my opinion.
He told me so. He knew the tax code better than any financial advisor I know. I said,
also, this is a podcast, eh? They're recording through these like lav mics on their shirts. Here the audio quality is horrible. Like I'm getting like all this fuzz in the background.
Let me ask you this: the girls, how do I describe what happened here? And he said, "Do you know Robert Kraft? What happened to Robert Kraft?" I said, "Yes." Remember, Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, was caught, in a massage parlor /
in a strip mall.
In a strip mall / whatever, happy ending venue.
Come for the Thai massage, stay for something else.
And, poor Robert, got a lot of heat for that. But he brings it up to me, and I said, Robert Kraft didn't, wasn't with, underage girls,
Right.
I guess you're saying you didn't know they were underage. He goes, yeah, and he basically confirmed the notion that their age wasn't unclear to him. They weren't like kids, you know what I'm saying? He's not a pedophile. So he gets arrested July 6th.
Oh, this guy's actually doing he's not a pedophile, he's a phebophile or whatever, eh?
You know what I'm saying? He's not a pedophile. The notion that their age wasn't unclear to him. They weren't like kids, you know what I'm saying? He's not a pedophile. So he gets...
It's actually a defense of the guy? Wow, okay.
Arrested July 6, 2019.
Oh, poor Robert.
On August 10th, 2019.
These guys always have the right victims. Poor, sweet Robert. Wouldn't hurt a fly. I mean, whatever. I mean, he went to a, happy ending, whatever, erotic massage parlor. Was that really all it was? I'm not really familiar with it. I'm not a big sports guy. I only know about this from, was it the roast of, what was the last Netflix roast? Not Kevin Hart. Tom Brady? Was he there for that? Kraft? And then Jeff Ross made a joke about him getting a massage, and that was like the one topic that no one was allowed to make jokes about, and people got actually pissed at him. Anyway,
That's
He
when
died.
He was resigned to a life that was going to be over. He was
Right.
either going to go. He was going to go to jail forever.
Wow. So, okay, you know what? I was expecting this to be a little more substantive than this, but these are two of the dumbest people ever, eh? It's like, yeah, I don't really know much about the guy other than a 1 hour conversation I had with him on the phone. He seemed cool. He seemed good. I don't know. He died, I guess. I don't really know. Who's the lady? Who's the broad that wrote the Perversion to Justice? It seems kind of cool. Anyway. Let's get back to talking about how Zoran Mamdani is actually anti-government anarchist and is actually trying to fill the potholes of New York City with Sharia law. That's what we need.
And he kind of knew it. So one of the billionaires, I don't want to say his name, about a year before Epstein died.
Well, I don't want to say his name. Okay. Well,
he had a brunch party, and Epstein was walking by, and he says hello to Epstein. Epstein says hello, and he brings him in. Epstein comes in.
So a billionaire, doesn't want to say his name, but it was a billionaire, was having a brunch party, okay? Just a brunch party, like where? Like at the park or something? Epstein was walking by, and the billionaire sees him and invites him. What do you mean Epstein was what? Like, huh? What are you talking about? This billionaire, Epstein's walking, a billionaire's like brunch party. I'm assuming this is at the billionaire's property, or is it just like at a brunch place? You know, billionaires, okay. Billionaire rented out an entire brunch restaurant for the day, you know, for the brunch hour, invites his friends to his whatever party. And he's like, I got look who's walking by. Look who's at the door now. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Come in here. Like, what? Like, what do you mean? Okay.
With his girlfriend. Now the girlfriend.
Sorry, wait.
Hello to Epstein.
Did I hear that right? Billionaire's having a brunch party. Epstein was walking by, and he wasn't at the party. That's when he got invited in.
Epstein was walking by, and he says hello to Epstein. Epstein says hello, and he brings him in. Epstein comes in with his girlfriend. Now the girlfriend was not underage. She was very young, very attractive, model type. And my friend notices something weird about his shoes. He's got these velvetish type.
Oh, like a loafer.
Like a loafer.
Okay.
With a screw, like a gold screw on one side, and gold U on the other. Screw you. I guess to get through the day.
Oh, cool. What a cool story that your billionaire friend coincidentally ran into Epstein at his own brunch party. All right, interesting. And he had novelty slippers on. Oh, cool. Epstein's hilarious, man. One time I saw him, he had a shirt. It said, I'm with stupid. And there's like a little pointing finger hand. That was just, so if you stand next to somebody, it looked like he's calling them stupid. You know, he's a genius financial guy. You know, you won't be able to wear a shirt like that without being a great man of history.
When everybody calls you a pedophile, you gotta be a little screw you. But
I mean,
it does speak to a kind of.
So this guy fully is like, Epstein was innocent?
Evil that was inbred in him.
What? Excuse me. Okay, he's not a pedophile. Oh, it's very funny he did this. But it does speak to evil that was inbred in him. So he's a journalist. Like, shouldn't he be better at using words?
I mean,
it does speak to a kind of evil that was inbred in him, that he would rationalize, his aberrant behavior.
He saw himself as a victim, probably.
As a victim.
Yeah. Another reason that Epstein remains so in the news is during the campaign, one of Trump's promises was to release the Epstein files. And then Pam Bondi said she was going to release that. And there was so much.
It's like he sort of like saw his suddenly he saw his career flashing before his eyes. He's like, wait, I'm doing too much defending of Jeffrey Epstein here. But he's also evil, and he saw himself as a victim, but I don't think he was one, actually, despite what I just was saying.
Build up, and it has.
Separate the funny shoes from the guy, You got to remember, just because he's got funny shoes that make you laugh and is in a story about brunch, it just seems like that maybe he also could be a bad person, despite the fact that he bought funny shoes.
Hasn't happened. Why?
My guess is that there's a lot of people that did business with Epstein that don't want they don't want their name out there, and they're not guilty of anything.
Right.
I mean, would you really want your name associated with Jeffrey Epstein at all in any way? Just like I said hi to him. I showed up at a party at his house.
Right.
And, me and Epstein had a drink. He's involved with so many people. And it's kind of unfair to the people that were just like kind of, it would be like a drive-by shooting of these people. And I think that's part of it.
Over the course of more than 6 hours of testimony last
What just happened here? Now we're on to a totally different thing here. Oh, this is just okay. So that's it.
month, before the House Oversight Committee, former U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta revealed the various evidentiary issues that plagued the first federal investigation into Jeffrey.
Yeah, I remember I read the Acosta transcripts too. Wasn't that much interesting in it, although there was a part where he says, where one of the people questioning him says, Steve Bannon told Vicky Ward that you said Epstein belonged to intelligence, which is what a lot of people, including myself, had theorized for a while. And Acosta was like, it was Steve Bannon that said that? I never knew. Now, I don't know if that's true, but like that's what they said. They said in the interview. But yeah, okay. All right. Well, that was very stupid. Yeah, almost a complete waste of time. But I guess, I do like this guy's voice.
Parlor /
in a strip mall.
Yeah, Robert Kraft. Remember him? Oh, poor Kraft. Crafty, man. Arts and crafts, I used to call him. Ah, boy. You know what? Acosta aged well. Yeah. You know what? He did it. He still got it. Acosta. All right. Well, all right. This is a little bit of a, was this a struggle stream? I don't know. I had fun with it, but I haven't always known what to talk about. But okay, this is an old article from 2024. It's not, but it's a kind of an evergreen topic. And I thought it was really interesting, at least the headline. And it's not super long. So I thought maybe I could just kind of read a little bit of it. Because this sort of, at least the headline sort of confirmed something that I've always kind of believed. Some online conspiracy spreaders don't even believe the lies they're spreading. And I feel like it's a little bit weird to even refer to some conspiracies as lies in this sense. Like my view of it is, like conspiracy theories, in the past I've talked to them as, you sort of should think of them as satire, like satirical stories or morality plays that sort of may not be literally true, but have a lesson to impart about the way the government works or the way that the power is wielded. That, even in the more insane conspiracy theories, I might even, if through that lens, I might be like, yeah, I guess I sort of agree with the overall premise that politicians are not to be trusted and they are hurting our children by endangering their ability to have a future. Yes, like something like that, right? Another way to look at them, aside from looking at them as conspiracy theories, as conspiracy theories or as satire, though, would be as kind of like myths, like almost like religious myths, where we have this sort of very, I was going to say Judeo-Christian, but maybe even more just like Christian centered vision of what religion is and what myths are, where we're like, a lot of Christians nowadays are like, well, every word in the Bible is true. This is the unerring, perfect word of God. And obviously that isn't the case. Maybe I should say this gently, but like there are things in here that are in the Bible that contradict each other. So if God wrote every single word, he fucked up a couple times. That's right. Like the Bible was written by humans. Were they inspired by God? That's not for me to say. Many believe that that's the case, and I think that's fine. But like, I think throughout history, even with early versions of Christianity, I think, with a lot of the stuff from the Old Testament, Judaism, a lot of these stories were seen as not literally true in the same sense that they are today with a lot of the religious kind of Bible Belt extremists. And I think that a lot of conspiracy theories are very similar. Like the one example that I always think of is Stop the Steal, where people are like, yes, the election is being stolen, all these voting machines are rigged, blah, 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 blah. There were some people who did believe that. There were some people who did seem to think, yes, there really was these rigged machines and people throwing out these ballots and all this. We need to do these investigations. There were people, they took it to court, right? They must have believed it in some sense was literally true. But there were a lot more people who were involved with the Stop the Steal movement who I think were just, they knew that this was a free and fair election. They just thought the country is being stolen from us. The demographics of the country are shifting. Yes, more people are voting for this person, but like, this is a not a literally true statement that the election was stolen, but it is a metaphorically true statement that demographics are shifting. Largely that means white people have less power in this country, and in that way, Stop the Steal, it doesn't refer to a literal heist of an election. Sorry, I think I'm over-explaining my own personal view on this when we have a whole article to read that's going to get into some of this. But this is how I feel. And yes, Vin Von Boom, yes. As Naomi Klein writes in, what's it called? Doppelganger, a lot of conspiracy theorists, they often get the facts wrong, but the feelings right. And yeah, I think that's totally right. Oh, University of Chicago recently released a new video discussion that topics conspiracies. Cool. The Lost Cause myth is the U.S.'s first conspiracy. Actually, no. I would say the U.S.'s first conspiracy, although yes, the Lost Cause myth is another conspiracy, but you can go all the way back to the American Revolution and look at what people believed Britain was doing in the U.S. Was Britain kind of like oppressing the U.S. settlers, overtaxing them and stuff? Yes, but there was a lot of people who believed a bunch of other shit about like, I got to do my research, but I believe the specifics of the conspiracy was stuff like Masons. Was there like the Masonic control of America? There's a very compelling argument to be made that the American Revolution was spurred on mainly by a bunch of mistaken beliefs, conspiratorial mistaken beliefs about what the elites of that day were doing to the American colonies. I don't know enough about it to speak on it right now, but anyway, I will just say yes, that's about as early as you could get. That's like right at the start of the American project. But yeah, anyway, all right, let's get into this. Let's get into this stuff. Some online conspiracy spreaders don't even believe the lies they're spewing. And this is from The Conversation. So I think this is just kind of a blog, right? This is somebody who writes this. By H. Colleen Sinclair, Associate Research Professor of Social Psychology, Louisiana State University. All right, let's check it out. There's been a lot of research on the types of people who believe conspiracy theories and their reasons for doing so. But there's a wrinkle. My colleagues and I have found that there are a number of people sharing conspiracies online who don't believe their own content. They are opportunists. These people share conspiracy theories to promote conflict, cause chaos, recruit and radicalize potential followers, make money, harass, or even just to get attention. There are several types of this sort of conspiracy spreader trying to influence you. Okay, so this is a little bit different than what I thought it was going to be about, but yes, this is totally a thing too. And I think it sort of factors into what I was saying, where it's like, I see this even on the left. I know we could talk about people like Tucker Carlson or whatever, people who are like, they know, they're too smart to believe all this shit. And in fact, we know from seeing Tucker Carlson's leaked texts that a lot of the shit he peddled on his show, he had no true belief in. But I see this with people like Jank on Young Turks, going into these like really unhinged, Israel kind of Zog conspiracy theories that I know he knows aren't right. But I think he thinks that they're useful. They're useful, I wouldn't say necessarily to promote conflict, cause chaos, but I would say definitely recruit, radicalize potential followers and to make money and to get attention. I think that a lot of stuff is based on that. And I think like I see people like a much more benign example. Remember the J.D. Vance thing where people were like, J.D. Vance kills, he fucked a couch. He fucked a couch one time. He wrote about fucking a couch in Hillbilly Elegy. And like that spread. And a lot of people spreading it didn't believe it and were just spreading it like to be funny. But a lot of people did think it was true, right? And why did they spread that one? Because it did hurt J.D. Vance in some way. I remember fucking Tim Walz mentioned it in a speech, Like This is a thing. This is something that happens on both sides. But anyway, let's read more. Coaxing conspiracists, the extremists. In our chapter of a new book on extremism and conspiracies, my colleagues and I discuss evidence that certain extremist groups intentionally use conspiracy theories to entice adherents. Wait, what's her new book? Is it going to say? Talking Conspiracies? Is that what it's called? Is it like Talking Dead? Oh, Taking Conspiracies. American Conspiracism. Oh, okay. No, I have never even heard of this. All right, maybe I'll check it out. I love to read this sort of thing. Taking Conspiracies to Extremes. This is annoying because it's American Conspiracism and Interdisciplinary Exploration. Oh, okay, so it's a book full of essays, and this is the essay that H. Colleen Sinclair wrote. Taking Conspiracies to Extremes, How Extremist Groups Use Conspiracy Narratives to Stoke Violence. All right, anyway, whoops, we don't care about that. They are looking for a so-called gateway conspiracy that will lure someone into talking to them and then be vulnerable to radicalization. They try out multiple conspiracies to see what sticks. I have seen, sorry, I'll try to stop interrupting this article, but I've seen this exact thing during QAnon. You would see like white supremacists talking amongst themselves. Oh my God, this whole fucking shit with Q is so stupid, but it does bring people to, the Jewish question and the whatever, the shit that we want them to find. Have I read Michael Barkun's book about conspiracies? That sounds so familiar. I'm just trying to look it up. What's his book? Oh yeah, I have. Apocalyptic Vision. Yes. A Culture of Conspiracy, Apocalyptic Visions in Contemporary America. I did read that one. Yeah. Culture of, oh, sorry. You actually also put the name of it in your post. Culture of Conspiracy. Yes. Yeah, I remember that one being good. I sort of had it confused with another conspiracy book that was like Conspiracies for Dummies, because it kind of looks like a For Dummies book. I guess it's just like the yellow. And I also read the For Dummies book. I'm not above reading a For Dummies book. Listen, I'm a bit of a dummy myself, but yeah, I read it. I don't particularly remember anything about it, but yeah, did you think that was a good one, Finland? Research shows that people with positive feelings for extremist groups are significantly more likely to knowingly share false content online. For instance, the disinformation monitoring company Blackbird.ai tracked over 119 million COVID-19 conspiracy posts from May 2020 when activists were protesting pandemic restrictions and lockdowns in the United States. Of these, over 32 million tweets were identified as high on their manipulation index. Okay, interesting. Those posted by various extremist groups were particularly likely to carry markers of insincerity. For instance, one group, the Boogaloo Boys. Oh, I remember the Boogaloo Boys. Boogaloo 2, Civil War 2, Electric Boogaloo. The guys they wore, what do you call it? Hawaiian shirts. Yeah, those guys are interesting. Generated over 610,000 tweets, of which 58% were intent on incitement and radicalization. You can also just take the word of the extremists themselves. When the Boogaloo Boys militia group showed up at January 6th, 2021 insurrection, for example, members stated they didn't actually endorse the stolen election conspiracy, but were there to mess with the federal government. Aaron McKillips, a Boogaloo member arrested in 2022 as part of an FBI sting, is another example of an opportunistic conspiracist. In his own words, I don't believe in anything. I'm only here for the violence. Whoa, that's pretty messed up thing to say. Combative conspiracists, the disinformants. Governments love conspiracy theories. The classic example of this is the 1903 document known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in which Russia constructed an enduring myth about Jewish plans for world domination. More recently, China used artificial intelligence to construct a fake conspiracy theory about the August 2023 Maui wildfire. Interesting. Fuck! All right, you guys got to call me out whenever I pronounce extremist wrong. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix how I talk, because I'm talking like a completely wrong talking guy. If JD visits Pope Leo and he kills JD, will it be self-defense or no? Yeah, interesting. And you, okay, talking about cultural conspiracy, thought it was interesting. Talked about how the internet helped cross-pollinate conspiracies. Yes. Okay, I remember that. Like UFO guys, right-wing militia guys are culturally very different and wouldn't hang out in person, but over the internet, they were able to cross-pollinate their beliefs. 100% right. And that is like a massive thing with Q, where it's like QAnon became, hey, we believe in everything over here. You into Bigfoot? You into like JF? Are you like a boomer that's still talking about JFK? Are you like a Protocols of the Elders of Zion guy? Are you like anti-Semitic? Are you a moon landing was a hoax? Are you a flat earther? Everyone's welcome here. We're like QAnon believes all that shit. That was like a really terrifying thing about QAnon is it became like so huge by just embracing everyone. Really intense. Yes. Often the behavior of conspiracists gives them away. Years later, Russia eventually confessed to lying about AIDS in the 1980s. But even before admitting to the campaign, its agents had forged documents to support the conspiracy. Forgeries aren't created by accident. They knew they were lying. Very true. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. Like, you got to wonder, like, where do conspiracy theories come from? I think sometimes they can be people who are honestly trying to interpret the world around them. Yes, yoga moms. Oh, for some reason, I'm having so many issues with my chat. One sec. Yes. Spread to like yoga moms. Yeah, pastel QAnon, as they called it. You know, and it's like all these like 4chan and 8chan guys is where it started, but then QAnon shit starts spreading to Instagram and Facebook, and then it's gone. YouTube. Yeah, I had heard about the Foo Fighters and their AIDS conspiracy theories. They had a whole thing where they didn't believe in some, there's had some like medical misinformation charity that they were like raising money for, right? I do remember reading about that. Kind of just disturbing. But yeah, so some conspiracy theories I think are arrived at, even if they're incorrect, they're arrived at honestly. Others are intentionally forged. But again, even if you are forging it, that doesn't necessarily mean that you know that's wrong. It just means maybe it's something you believe, but you don't have enough evidence, so you forge stuff to make other people believe it. Anyway, as for other conspiracies at Hawks, Russia is famous for taking both sides in any contentious issue, spreading lies online to foment conflict and polarization. People who actually believe in a conspiracy tend to stick to a side. Meanwhile, Russians knowingly deploy what one analyst has called a fire hose of falsehoods. Likewise, while Chinese officials were spreading conspiracies about American roots of the coronavirus in 2020, China's National Health Commission was circulating internal reports tracing the source to a pangolin. I didn't even know about that. China blamed coronavirus on America? Wow. Well, there you go. Yeah, everybody does it. I didn't do it. It was him. And then some people just want to stir up trouble. Okay, so these are like, oh, I see. Okay, hang on. So I'm a little confused. Okay, so this is like kind of like a taxonomy, if you will, of different types of conspiracists. So we've got combative conspiracists, the disinformants. So this is like disinforming people on purpose for a cause, right? When governments do it, they're this type of conspiracy theories. Coaxing conspiracists are the extremists. Excuse me, like the Boogaloo Boys. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that's what she was doing. But these are all subcategories of conspiracy theorists. Chaos conspiracists, the trolls. So that's this guy here. That's the sound he's making, obviously, as he thinks about it. Poison. And types on a computer. In general, research has found that individuals with what scholars call a high need for chaos are more likely to indiscriminately share conspiracies regardless of belief. These are the everyday trolls who share false content for a variety of reasons, none of which are benevolent. Dark personalities and dark motives are prevalent. This is your 4chan, 8chan user, Twitter troll, whatever. Like, these are your trolls. For instance, in the wake of the first assassination attempt on Donald Trump, a false accusation arose online about the identity of the shooter and his motivations. The person who first posted this claim knew he was making up a name and stealing a photo. The intent was to apparently harass the Italian sports blogger whose photo was stolen. This fake conspiracy was seen over 300,000 times on the social platform X and picked up by multiple other conspiracists eager to fill the information gap about the assassination attempt. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I love Dave Grohl. Yeah, he believed some fucked up shit about AIDS, but I mean, he's so good. He's so good. He's like the only good rock star for a while. Maybe, maybe not the only one, but like also he plays the drums on Songs for the Deaf, the Queens of the Stone Age album. I like him. I forgive him for the AIDS misinformation. I don't think he knew. Yeah, let's try to figure out which one do we think Dave Grohl was. Which one do you think Dave Grohl was? Yeah, no, whenever there's an assassination attempt or some big event like this, multiple other conspiracists eager to fill the information gap. Like there is a big, what's the word? Like motivation or, perverse incentive to get information out right after one of these events. And, everyone should check all the information they get before they post it widely. But there's such a high reward you get from sharing fake information immediately after an attack like this that it always happens. Like every single time. It happened with the last shooter too, where people were like, here's a picture of him with an IDF shirt on. Like somebody made that picture. Somebody made that and lied about it. All right. Next one. Commercial conspiracists, the profiteers. Totally. So I'm thinking like your Alex Jones, Candace Owens. I mean, like Cenk probably, I would say. At least he's trying to court like a right-wing audience. But obviously like all those people too are not just commercial conspiracists, but that is another part of it. Often when I encounter a conspiracy theory, I ask, what does the sharer have to gain? Are they telling me this because they have an evidence-based concern? Their evidence-backed concern, or are they trying to sell me something? When researchers tracked down the 12 people primarily responsible for the vast majority of anti-vaccine conspiracies online, the disinformation dozen, they call them, most of them had a financial investment in perpetuating these misleading narratives. Some people who fall into this category might truly believe their conspiracy, but their first priority is finding a way to make money from it. For instance, conspiracist Alex Jones, bragged that his fans would buy anything. Fox News and its on-air personality Tucker Carlson publicized lies about voter fraud in the 2020 election to keep viewers engaged, while behind the scenes, communications revealed that they did not endorse what they espoused. Now, I would personally put Tucker Carlson more so than Alex Jones in the other category where it's like lying with a political motivation. What was that one? This one. Combative conspiracists, the disinformants. These are the people who are disinforming people for a political gain. I definitely see Tucker Carlson. He is one of these too. He's both. But Alex Jones, I think, more falls into this one. But also he does have a political project. But I think he's mostly just trying to get views and money. Profit doesn't just mean money. People can also profit from spreading conspiracies if it garners them influence or followers or protects their reputation. Even social media companies are reluctant to combat conspiracies because they know they attract more clicks. All right. Common conspiracists. Oh, man, this is the most insulting one. They're commoners, the attention getters. You don't have to be a profiteer to like some attention. Plenty of regular people share content where they doubt the veracity or know it is false. These posts are common. Friends, family, and acquaintances share the latest conspiracy theory with, could this be true? Queries, or seems close enough to the truth taglines. Yep, I've seen this. I know you've all seen this on your Facebook thing where people just post an insane article and be like, interesting. And then people will be like, dude, why are you sharing this? In like the comments, like one of your other friends, like, why are you sharing this, man? This is completely non-factual. And then the person will probably be like, calm down. Like, I'm not saying I believe it, but I just think it's interesting and people might want to read. Like, it's like these types of people. It's a social media dopamine, That's the shit. Their accompanying comments show that sharers are at minimum unsure about the truthfulness of the content, but they share nonetheless. Many share without even reading past a headline. Yeah, that definitely happens a lot. Still, others, approximately 7% to 20% of social media users share despite knowing the content is false. Wow, that's crazy. 7 to 20% of social media users share despite knowing the content is false. I don't think I've ever done that. I don't think I've done that. Have I done that? Maybe. I feel like I remember that. I mean, I have shared false content. I have definitely done that. But I didn't do it when I knew it was false. Some claim to be sharing to inform people just in case it is true. But this sort of sound the alarm reason actually isn't that common. Often, folks are just looking for attention or other personal benefit. They don't want to miss out on a hot topic conversation. They want the likes and shares. They want to stir the pot. Or they just like the message and want to signal to others that they share a common belief system. And this is where I think a lot of my sort of theories about conspiracy theories come in. I think that there is kind of a hidden message in a lot of this. The dangers of spreading lies. Over time, okay, this is the end. The opportunists may end up convincing themselves. After all, they will eventually have to come to terms with why they are engaging in unethical and deceptive, if not destructive behavior. They may have a rationale for why lying is good, or they may convince themselves that they aren't lying by claiming they thought the conspiracy was true all along. It's important to be cautious and not to believe everything you read. These opportunists don't even... Hang on, I need to change this. I'm slumping in my chair a little bit. There we go. These opportunists don't even believe everything they write and share, but they want you to. Yes! Okay, there you go. So be aware that the next time you share an unfounded conspiracy theory online or offline, you could be helping an opportunist. They don't buy it, so neither should you. Be aware before you share. Don't be what these opportunists derogatorily refer to as a useful idiot. I believe that is a useful idiot a CIA term originally, or is that from KGB? Useful idiot. Origin of that term. Just curious. Early usages. Oh, used as early as 1864 by a British periodical. The Cold War was first used or appeared in a June 1948 New York Times article on contemporary Italian politics. Communist shift is seen in Europe, citing the Italian Democratic Socialist Party's newspaper L'Umanità. L'Umanità argued the Italian Socialist Party, which had entered into a popular front with the Italian Communist Party, would be given the option to either merge with the PCI or leave the alliance. The term was later... what? So wait, how is it used? Does it not say how it was used? Citing the... Oh, okay. Oh, that's so annoying. I still don't get how it was used. But okay, it seems like it was mostly used by Americans for its modern meaning. A useful idiot for communist causes. It's funny. Yeah, and like all that shit, like the anti-communist movement in Italy where the CIA or the OSS teamed up with the local Italian mafia to crush all the communist shit and did like Gladio shit and all that. Yeah, there's a lot of shit like that. In the Russian language, the term useful fools was already in use in 1941. Mockingly used against Russian nihilists of the 1860s who, for Polish agents, were said to be no more than useful fools and silly enthusiasts. While the phrase useful idiots of the West has often been attributed to Vladimir Lenin, he's not documented as ever having used the phrase. Yeah. It seems like it was mostly used by Americans to be like, this is how the Soviets think of you. They think of you as a useful idiot. More so than it was used by Soviets themselves, which is interesting. But yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so I do think that there's different things here. There's different types of conspiracy theorists here. And I think these are sort of useful categories. The attention getters. I mean, I think even who I think is kind of an attention getter? Because you wouldn't think there could be anybody famous like this, but actually I'd say Russell Brand is kind of like this. Because Brand is already like famous, successful actor, whatever, comedian. Like he was already big. He already had a full successful career in entertainment. He was a celebrity. But he started doing his YouTube channel and just started liking the attention and started pivoting to the right because that's the easiest way to get attention and whatever, like blow up. And then eventually he became like completely unhinged. And I think that, you know, you don't have to be a profiteer to like some attention. I don't think Russell Brand's in it for the money. I think he's in it for the attention. I think he took it a lot further than a lot of, you know, just regular non-famous people are able to. But yeah, no, I think he started out more as a common conspiracist than a commercial conspiracist. Who else? Who are some other conspiracy theorists we could put into these categories? Yeah, I mean, like, okay, we were talking about Barry Goldwater earlier. Goldwater would be combative conspiracist. One of the kind of, I'm going to tell you these lies because it's going to make it easier for me to get your vote. I'm going to kind of say what you guys want to hear. John Birch Society, you know, Robert Welch was his name, the guy who founded that, and most of the people in it. I would say, yeah, probably coaxing conspiracist combined with combative conspiracist. But also I think he did kind of believe it. Are all these categories are people who don't believe what they're saying, right? The coaxing conspiracist, the combative conspiracist, chaos conspiracist, commercial. Oh, they all start with C, commercial conspiracist. Yeah, so all of these, so these are specifically not just categories of conspiracy theorists, they're categories of dishonest disinformation ones. Well, yeah, the lizard people and alien ones, I straight up think David Icke believes that shit. So I don't know if he would be totally on this list. I mean, I think he believes some of it. But it has also become a career for him. Has become a career. What about the chaos ones, like the trolls? Like, can we think of anybody? Like, I mean, the guy that I talk about in my Pizzagate video, Charles C. Johnson. He's a tech like this. He looks like this. Like that's what he looks like. Charles C. Johnson is a chaos conspiracist who's like, although he's a, you know what, he's a little bit more of a chaos. He's an organized chaos conspiracist because I think he does have a high need for chaos. That is a phrase I like. He has a high need for chaos. But yeah, I think that there is this, but with him, it's a more intentional. So he's maybe a cross between that and combative conspiracist, I suppose. Oh yeah, Joe Rogan. You're not sure Joe Rogan didn't believe some of that? Oh, like Joe Rogan, I think he pretty much believes everything he's saying. I don't think he has enough space in his brain to make room for deception. I think he's like telling you the truth most of the time. So yeah, I mean, like he might not fit anywhere in here. Although I would say, I think the profiteers, I think he's a little bit that though, because he does move in a certain direction if he sees his audience is being captured. I remember when he interviewed Jack Dorsey, the Twitter guy, and he just had kind of like a nice conversation with him. You know, why wouldn't he like Jack Dorsey? He's like a billionaire, whatever. He's probably friends with Peter Thiel. I don't know that for sure, but I imagine they at least run in similar circles. I think Rogan had no reason to dislike Jack Dorsey. Rogan's not a huge Twitter guy, but what he didn't remember or realize or whatever is a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of conservatives at that time thought of Jack Dorsey as being this like authoritarian 1984 Animal Farm, Burmese days, Orwellian like dictator who ruthlessly suppressed conservative voices on his platform, right? Like conservatives have had that, like I would say, mistaken impression of the internet for a long time. And so they were furious that he didn't ask him about any of that shit. And Rogan panicked. And he did, I don't know if he's ever done this again, but he brought on Dorsey for like a redo of that interview, like a week later. And that time he brought Tim Pool to help. And I think that Rogan, while he is mostly honest, he also is quite good at like knowing where his money comes from and where his audience comes from and keeping them happy. And I think that you see that instinct, which can be subconscious. It doesn't necessarily have to be he's sick, cold, calculating like, how do I make the most money? But like he does that sort of thing. He's friends with Alex Jones. He's been friends with Alex Jones for years. Before he had a fucking podcast, he was like an Austin guy. Alex Jones is in one of his first specials, Joe Rogan's. And I think that like, I don't think he believes everything Alex Jones believes, but I think he knows bringing Alex Jones on his show is going to get him a lot of eyes. I think he knows bringing a lot of these kind of kooky conspiracy guys on his show, it's going to bring him a lot of eyes, even if he doesn't totally agree with what they're saying, or even if he totally disagrees with them. But there's definitely been a lot of audience capture. And like it says at the end of the article, if you spread enough lies, you eventually might start to believe them. Over time, the opportunists may end up convincing themselves. And I think that happens with a lot of these guys. Secret. I got it. Was there another glitch? Dang it. But easy one, Alex Jones. Yeah, like I said before, I definitely think mostly I would put him in this category, which is the same category that they put him in. They mentioned Alex Jones in the commercial category purely for profit. He's like, I will lie. Like Alex Jones lies knowingly, like so easily. It is actually kind of impressive. It's like Trump. It's very Trumpian in a way, which also we should talk about Trump in a second. But Alex Jones, he's knowingly lying and he just does it so quickly. But I think he is in a weird fucking flow state of lying where he does say something and then immediately he does kind of believe it. But I would mostly put him in this category, the commercial conspiracist category, because he knows the more ridiculous shit he says, the happier his audience is and the more money he gets. I would mostly put him in this category. I literally glitched on the word help on repeat. Help. No. I was just saying help. I needed help. I was in trouble. Goblin Queen was kidnapping me. Yes. Well, oh yeah, Trump. Jeez, Trump, eh? So Trump, I mean, makes sense to put him in here, profiteers. But like, God, I don't think it's just that. He's not like Alex Jones. Like Trump's been rich. Trump's always had money. Trump lies in a very similar way to Alex Jones. But like, I also think of Trump as the attention getters. Like he lies for attention. Remember back in the day in like the 90s, Trump was constantly phoning up like gossip magazines and shit and like National Enquirer, trying to get in the news, trying to like break his own scandals and be like, hello, I'm calling to inform about my good friend Donald Trump, who's not me, by the way. My name's John. And, I just wanted to say Donald Trump has actually been spotted dating a Victoria's Secret model, blah, 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 like lying about this, lying about that. Like he would lie about like models he was dating for attention. He's Donald Trump. Oh, I think you should write an article about this. He wanted attention. Like that was not for his career. I think this is just I think it helped his career ultimately. If we look at him where he's been able to go to today, getting attention, getting that name recognition, that gave him the presidency. Becoming this larger than life figure because he was like addicted to attention, before there was Twitter, Trump was tweeting. But I would maybe mostly put him in this category because yes, he's made a lot of money. You can't argue with that. He's also made a lot of political gains. You can't argue with that. But was that part like on purpose? The combative conspiracists, the people, the governments, I mean, like, in the same way that, the Russian Tsar put out the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and, China put out this conspiracy that America started COVID and, all this kind of stuff, like lying for political gain. I don't think it really, okay, specific example, let's look at the way that Trump was like the main birther, talking about how Obama was born in Kenya. And I just want to see the birth certificate. Where's the birth certificate? If it's so hard, why can't he just show it? It's because he's born in Kenya. I don't believe he's born in America. Like, that was basically the start of Donald Trump's political career. Not really. He had run for president in like 2003 or something, but it was extremely successful, you know. And I think he knew he was lying, like, or maybe he's racist and dumb enough to believe that he was telling the truth. But like, he really pushed that. But was that for political gain, or was that more like a troll thing? Was that more of a need for chaos thing? Like, he doesn't like Obama. He doesn't like black people in general. I don't think Trump. I think he sees like a black guy in the White House as a genuine threat, and sort of similar to the Stop the Steal thing. I think that when he was saying Obama is not born in America, that was his sort of coded way of his genuine belief that Obama does not belong in the Oval Office. Obama is an imposter. Obama is a, racially inferior person who has somehow tricked us into believing that he should be there. And I think that that's the source of the way that so many people found this really outlandish and like baseless accusation to be so convincing. It's like, it actually doesn't matter to them if they had proof that Obama was born in Hawaii, right? They still wouldn't want him to be president. He would still be a foreign president to them because he's not white, right? I think that's maybe what was going on in Trump's brain a little bit, and in a lot of the birthers' brains. But like, was that a combative conspiracist? I don't know. I think that was more. Geez, it's actually hard to categorize. He's kind of all of these, isn't he? He is kind of all of these. Trump fits everywhere. Wow. I think it's natural. I also think it's a learned behavior. It's the Roy Cohn thing, the thing that Roy Cohn taught Trump and Roger Stone. The 3 rules. What are they again? I always forget. Hang on. Roy Cohn's 3 rules. And Stone calls them Stone's rules or something like that. But what is it? 3 rules. Hang on. The 6 dark lessons Roy Cohn taught Trump? I thought it was 3. 3 rules of winning.
It's an advantage.
Yeah, so here's from the movie The Apprentice, where it goes over this.
To not care what people think of you.
All right, and I'm worried this is going to copyright strike, so I'll just read this. Roy Cohn's 3 rules of winning. Attack, attack, attack. Admit nothing, deny everything. Always claim victory. This was what Roy Cohn taught Donald Trump. Donald Trump later included it in his book, what's it called? Art of the Deal, as his own 3 rules. And Roger Stone, another protege of Roy Cohn, put this in his, except for Roger Stone has like way more rules. Stone's rule. What is it? Roger Stone's rules? But he put that in his too, along with like a bunch of other ones. Stone's rules. Like, here's a freaking poster you can get. Wait. It's better to be infamous than never be famous at all. Attack, attack, attack. Never defend. Business is business. Hate is a stronger motivator than love. I don't know. There's you can find a bunch of them, but he includes these 3 rules in his rules too. But yeah, if you think about this, this explains so much of Trump's behavior. Attack, attack, attack. Just like lies, spewing lies about people he doesn't like. Never admits that he was wrong. Never admits that he made a mistake. Never backtracks on anything. He never loses as well, right? Always claim victory. He never loses an election. He never loses a court case. He never loses a war. He never fucking loses anything. Everything goes really well. It was a perfect phone call, blah, blah, blah. Deny, deny, deny. It is really interesting how this strategy, like, first of all, you have to like sell your soul. Like, you cannot be a good person and live your life like this. But if you do choose to live your life like this, assuming that you're born into money and you have a lot of political connections and you are willing to represent a basically fascist political cause that you probably don't care for, you can get very far in life. You can get everything you want. Attack, always on the attack. You know, like something that is so crazy to me is looking back at the 2016 election, right? Trump, during one of the debates with Hillary, he said that he could see there was plans to steal the election. The Democrats were already finding ways to steal the election. And if I lose, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe it. No president candidate in history had ever said that they would argue if they lost. They would suspect foul play. No one had ever done that before. Donald Trump was the only one who did that. And the Stop the Steal movement, which became big in 2020, that was actually already in use in 2016. And Roger Stone it was like a foundation that he had started, and he was getting ready before the election. He was like, it's called Stop the Steal. We're going to stop it. We're going to have people, it was like already a thing. So Stop the Steal predates the 2016 election. Turned out they didn't need to use it, so they just dropped it. But then they brought it back in 2020. So Trump was always going to do that. And Trump expected to lose. I do believe that. I do believe Trump expected to lose in 2016. So like, in a way, there is strategy there, right? So maybe I have to give him more credit here. He's not just a troll. He is a little bit of a combative conspiracist as well. Interesting. Maybe we've sort of stumbled on something that genuinely makes Trump like kind of special, because most people I can think of generally fall into one or two categories, but I feel like Trump is kind of all of them, right? Interesting. Yeah. Vim Von Voom, my interpretation to Alex Jones is genuinely pretty pilled, but he's also a compulsive liar who loves attention. Yeah, for sure. An opportunist and he wants attention. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think that there's a sense that similar with like Jones and Trump are two peas in a pod to me. But there's a sense here where it's like Trump and Jones, they lie in a specific way where they're not just lying to trick you into whatever. They actually don't care what you believe. They lie and they expect that lie to change reality, right? Trump, you can't interview Trump and bring up like shit about Epstein, like very verified, known shit about Epstein, because he will just deny it and he'll be angry at you. He doesn't care that you believe it necessarily. He's like, yeah, of course. Yeah. Obviously we all know, like, I sent him a letter in his birthday book, obviously, but like, you aren't allowed to say that out loud. No. Oh, you're very bad people. You're always lying. You're always selling these lies. I never did any of that. Oh, absolutely terrible journalist, failing, whatever. Like, but it's sort of like, it's like, it's interesting. It sort of makes me think of the last final season of The Boys. No spoilers, but like Homelander, he is a little different where Homelander actually wants people to believe it. Like he's saying these things and he gets like psychics to read people's minds to make sure that they believe him. And it's not enough for them to just be like, okay, sir, yes, I agree. Yeah, sure. I'll do whatever you want. If in their head, they're like, nah, that's not true. Right. So I don't think Trump is really like that. I think Trump is like, yeah, I'm going to lie. And I expect everyone to be who's loyal to me and who, doesn't want to become my enemy to just go with that. Oh, the president said it? Well, then it's true. No facts can stand up to that. Mm-hmm. You're an absolutely disgraceful journalist. You are fake news. You're a nasty woman. Quiet Piggy. Quiet Piggy was crazy too. That was nuts. But yeah, I mean, like, I do think he loves chaos. Right? Loves chaos because he thrives in chaos. These are the everyday trolls who share false content for a variety of reasons, none of which are benevolent. Dark personalities and dark motives are prevalent. Remember when Trump took out a full page ad in the New York Times demanding that the Central Park 5 be executed? It is kind of nuts. Like yeah. oddly, the commercial one is maybe the one he least fits into. It has worked out for him long term, but I don't see him. I can't think of a conspiracy that he's spread. I just can't think of one that was straightforwardly, financially motivated. Right? Am I just missing something? Like, he spread so many, obviously, but like, we've got like the fake news stuff is kind of opportunistic for his career, but like I don't know. He spreads, I'm trying to think here. I'm actually kind of stumped. Maybe this one is a little bit different. Maybe this is a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I'd have to look back at his early like real estate career if there was any conspiracies that he spread there that helped him. I mean, maybe. Anyway, I don't know. What a malicious mage, being a danger to the consensus with his attacks, and dangerous, and his pupils and his teacher apparently. You mean Trump? I don't know if Trump really has pupils. I don't know if he kind of seems like he's just going to be a one-off, hopefully. Seems like Vance is dropping out. Maybe of the running for 2020, whatever it would be. 2028, I guess. Which is good. But I think right now, who's polling at the top? Rubio? Let's see. Race to the White House. Nope. Reject all. Newsom. Okay, that is. Oh wait, I can't. Okay, Newsom and Vance are. Oh, okay. Vance is still number one. All right, I'm a little bit confused as to how to read this website, but try. Can we go Rubio? Fuck, let's go Newsom versus Rubio. Oh, neck and neck. Wow. Oh, sorry, I guess you guys can't see what I'm doing. One sec. Sorry. Oh, geez. I need to look at the screen more often. But I'm looking at this website. It's got like a bunch of polls here. If Newsom versus Vance, look, Vance is down. Vance is down in the polls. But if we go Newsom versus Rubio, oh, wait, Rubio's down even more. So what was I looking at down here then? I was looking at another one, I guess. Oh, in Wisconsin only. Oh, okay, but national polling wise, I mean, I sort of just want to see like who's like. Let me just look at all of the conservative, like the Republican picks. Ben Shapiro. Oh, not Ben Shapiro. What's his name? Josh Shapiro? God, I hope that guy doesn't. Oh, God. That would be such a fucking. There's no way would he win. Senate polling. Race to the White House. Yeah, QAnon. I mean, he. I like how you spell it like Quanon. But he fed into QAnon, definitely. But I would put that more as the sort of opportunistic one rather than financial motivation. Although it's hard to separate the two, honestly, because Donald Trump's political career is largely just an excuse to ransack the fucking, government, rip the fucking copper pipes out of the walls, and like sell them. Like he's trying to dismantle the state and sell it for profit. He's not trying to, he doesn't really have political goals. He's not trying to usher in the fascist New World Order or anything like that. He's doing that. he's presiding over the authoritarian takeover of the United States, but He's in it for the money ultimately. So perhaps it's a mistake to separate his political goals from, like you're saying, his financial ones, his ability to make a profit, which he has done. God damn. Yeah. New York Times, who's ahead? Democratic primary. No, I wanted the Republican primary. You're a Republican. Real Clear polling. Top 2028 presidential candidates revealed. Let's see. J.D. Vance is the clear frontrunner, followed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. I would be fascinated if Vance drops out and Rubio runs. That will be a big deal. Because I do think I think there are a lot of people in the Republican Party who are like, we got to stop being fucking so racist all the time. Not that we're not racist, but it's really hurting us. A lot of people who are racially, marginalized groups are also very traditional and, have conservative values and are religious. A lot of black people, a lot of Hispanic people, whatever, Latin people are religious and stuff. It's just they can't vote for Republicans because they are racist. They're straightforwardly mask off racists. And it's just it's interesting that Marco Rubio is second place. If he runs, that would be a big step back from the kind of what I would say. I think it's pretty clear. I mean, I know people would argue this, but I think it's pretty clear that the Republican Party is essentially an ultra-conservative white nationalist party at this point. And that is not sustainable. It's not sustainable as a U.S. political party. They can't do that forever. And I think that they will either, turn the U.S. into a dictatorship fully or, secretly, or they will shift to someone like Marco Rubio. And I think they were trying to make this shift before Trump came in. And then Trump just changed the whole calculus. Everything was people were we got to get Marco Rubio out there. We got to start being, we got to start broadening the tent, we just hate the poor now. We don't hate black people. We just hate poor people, but yeah, no, they couldn't do that because Trump is just the most clearly racist guy they could have ever hoped for. And so Marco Rubio, that would be quite a shift. I would be shocked. DeSantis, I remember people thought he was so good, but he is truly he is Rizless. But, fucking Biden won. He's Rizless too. J.D. Vance, I think people underestimate his charisma. He does have a little bit. He's not great in casual interviews and stuff, but people like seeing him be mean to libs. He can trigger the libs. Thiel will just get clavicular to run. Yeah, you really think Peter Thiel will let his boy drop out? Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I don't think DeSantis has connections to Peter Thiel, but Cruz does though. Ted Cruz, do you guys know this? Ted Cruz was Peter Thiel's first political project. Ted Cruz. Let's see. Thiel. Oh man, there's only one mention of Thiel and it's just an activist? Dang it. Well, Peter Thiel got Cruz his start in politics, I believe. Peter Thiel, Ted Cruz. So maybe we'll see Ted Cruz come up. I could see them pushing Cruz. Cruz mega donor is gay pro-pot billionaire. And this is in What We Know About J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, it's Trump's man in Silicon Valley. I mean, I specifically am looking for stuff about him and Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz. Peter Thiel. Cruz's hands-off approach bears similarity to that of Peter Thiel, who was an early backer of Cruz. Really, the start of his career, I thought. He gave more than $250,000 to Cruz's short-lived campaign for Texas Attorney General in 2009, and then another $1 million to the Club for Growth, a super PAC that supported Cruz ahead of his runoff election for Senate in 2012. So yes, yeah, Cruz was Peter Thiel's, as far as I know, his first political project. This is, people don't remember this. This is another guy. This is an article from 2012. Tea Party-backed Senate candidate Ted Cruz points with pride to the army of small conservative donors supporting him, but his largest longtime contributor is a gay billionaire who supports same-sex marriage and marijuana legalization. Oh man, the Texas Tribune, taking the exact wrong. Your warning signs here are exactly wrong. The problem with Peter Thiel isn't that he's pro-gay marriage. Ted Cruz says he's a populist, but he might actually be nice to gay people. Awesome. Man, 2012, we had a totally different fucking opinion about stuff, eh? And he was in The Social Network. Oh, he's giving Cruz what people did not realize what was happening here. Yeah, it is strange that Thiel is gay. That is weird. So used to watching videos, I thought this was a scream, or I forgot this was a stream. Yeah. Yeah, this one is definitely a more of a streamy stream than I usually do. This one's pretty meandering. I don't know if Goblin Queen might have a tough time making this all into a watchable main channel, or extra chill Goblin channel video. Meet Peter Thiel. This article's called Meet Peter Thiel, and it's from 2024. People know Meet Peter Thiel. Forbes Wine Club. What to know about the relationship between Trump's VP pick and the billionaire? Thiel's also donated $30 million to his early career, his first run, right? Through super PACs, but anyway. All right. Okay. None of this is really important. Yeah, Rupert Murdoch. Yeah, let's think about a couple more people for this list. Rupert Murdoch. I think for sure Rupert Murdoch is mainly a profiteer, and is he changed how news is done and sort of created the kind of gossip column, trashy, whatever news stuff. Rupert Murdoch is mainly this, and then later in life became a political one. Homie definitely molts when nobody's watching. Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, though, where's Peter Thiel go on here? I guess I would have to put him under disinformant. I think he's almost purely this. The one where it's like governments lie to cover their ass or to, put a target on their enemies. I don't think he's a chaos. I don't think he's, maybe he's this sometimes, but I don't think he's really an attention getter. Yeah, no, I think he's purely this. He's disinforming people in order to make things better for himself. I sort of look at almost everything he does. All his contrarian opinions about libertarianism and whatever, the Antichrist. these are not things that he believes, but he thinks his life would be better if you believed these things. You know, a lot of billionaire libertarians are like this, where they're like, everyone should be libertarian because it's because it's the best ideology and it's right. Yeah, no, not because it'll make it easier for me to avoid whatever taxes and regulation as a business owner and a obscenely wealthy person. No, but because it's actually good for everyone. Yeah. I don't love the names. I don't love the names that they came up with these because I guess they're like, oh, they all have to start with C, but like I'm just going to call them by the second one, the disinformants. I think that Peter Thiel would be around here. Yeah. Murdoch, more concerned with the profiteers. Early in Murdoch's career, he was actually kind of leftist, eh? Rupert Murdoch? If you look when he was first like working in the UK, he was like supporting like, you know, striking workers and stuff. I think that's right. But eventually he shifted. I don't know what happened with him. He became a right-wing guy. Who else? This is kind of fun. Elon Musk. Ooh, Elon Musk. Okay. Elon Musk is definitely a disinformant, you know. He's lying for his own political benefit, but he's for sure also a profiteer. He's one of the guys who's like, he's so anti-immigration, right? And he's like, oh, the immigrants are coming here and they're, oh, what great replacement theory is real. The whites are under attack. Oh God. You know, he's one of those guys, but he doesn't actually think that because it would hurt his career for those, what are they called? E7B visas or whatever it is, where like people can come and work at companies like Tesla and whatever. They can get immigrants who are like really, really vulnerable to, if they lose their job, they get deported. So it allows bosses to really exploit them, and they will put up with working conditions that people who have citizenship would never put up with. So he's in favor of that. Like he's on that side of this divide where you really see that whole debate really shows you who's the true believer in racism and who is using racism for like a political end. And hard to argue which one of those it's worse to be, which one of those is more evil. I mean, I guess it's more evil to be like, I know this is wrong, but I will. I mean, I think he is genuinely racist too, but he's like, he doesn't want to slow immigration down in the same way that, you know, somebody like Stephen Miller does. So, I mean, Musk, for sure, this, for sure. I mean, Musk is also kind of a attention getter too, right? He loves attention. He loves all the likes and shares he gets when he comments like a bullseye emoji under somebody talking about white birth rates. You know, he loves that shit. Is he a troll? I mean, I think he would like to think of himself as a troll, but he does not have, I don't think he has a high need for chaos. I mean, maybe he gets that way if he has whatever, too many drugs. He can get a little weird with it. But yeah, no. It's interesting. Oh, Hitler, famous Austrian, yeah. So yeah, Hitler was definitely conspiracist, big into the protocols of the Elders of Zion. I believe did Hitler say that he knew that wasn't true? Did he say that? Let me look this up. Hitler Protocols Zion. Let me look this up. What did Hitler say about them? Believing in inner truth. I can't quite remember. I know that many Nazis knew that the protocols were a complete fabrication. Like it was obvious even then. But it was so useful for them. It was their warrant for genocide. played a key part in popularizing belief in international Jewish conspiracy. Is there going to be a... there for sure has got to be a section about Hitler. History, publication history, first Russian language, yada, 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 protocols in the West, United States, 1920. Finland, come on, here we go, Germany. Okay, it seems likely Adolf Hitler first became aware of the protocols after hearing about it from ethnic German white emigres such as Alfred Rosenberg and Max Erwin von Schubner-Richter. Rosenberg and Schubner-Richter were also members of the early Aufbau Vereinigung counter-revolutionary group, which, according to historian Michael Kellogg, influenced the Nazis in promulgating protocols like myth. Hitler refers to the protocols in Mein Kampf. The protocol... Ah, yes. Okay, so I knew that okay. Here we go. This is what Hitler said. The protocols are based on a forgery. I'm giving it to... It's too French. How do I do this? How do you do French? The protocols... Oh, the protocols... The protocols are based on a... Oh, fuck. Now I'm doing like Russian or something. Okay. The protocols are based on a forgery, the Frankfurter Zeitung moans every week, which is the best proof that they are authentic. Does that sound familiar? It's like, if they weren't so debunked, it's like, anything that thoroughly debunked has got to be true. This sounds like something that like Coop would say. Sorry, that's a little bit of an extreme comparison, but like, this is the sort of shit that you hear like when people just like out of hand, it's been fact checked. Yeah, okay. I believe it even more now, you know? But anyway, this just means Hitler isn't special. It doesn't mean that everybody who says that is as bad as Hitler. The important thing is that with positively terrifying certainty, they reveal the nature and activity of the Jewish people and expose their inner context as well as their ultimate final aims. Yes. So I think that this, to me, reads like, I mean, he does say it's proof that they're authentic, but I don't know. I feel like this is one of those kind of metaphorical things where to Hitler, the protocols themselves may be a forgery, but they are true in the sense that it gives you the correct, at least correct according to Hitler, understanding of the Jewish people. And I sort of think about it like that. They became part of the Nazi propaganda effort. They were taught in schools. Hitler used the protocols as a manual in his war. Despite conclusive proof that the protocols were a gross forgery, they had sensational popularity at large sales in the 20s and 30s, translated into every language of Europe, sold widely in Arab lands, the US and England. But it was in Germany after World War I that they had their greatest success. Interesting. There, they were used to explain all of the disasters that had befallen the country: the defeat in the war, the hunger, the destructive inflation. Hitler did not mention the protocols in his speeches after his defense of it in Mein Kampf. Distillations of the text appeared in German classrooms, indoctrinated the Hitler youth, and invaded the USSR along with German soldiers. Goebbels proclaimed the Zionist protocols are as up to date today as they were the day they were first published. Protocols had a large effect on Hitler's thinking, writing that it is based mostly on suspect testimony and lacks hard evidence. So that is, okay, so people disagree with that. Randall Bitwork agrees, writing that most leading Nazis did not believe it was genuine, despite having an inner truth suitable for propaganda. That's what that's my understanding of Hitler and the protocols as well. Publication of the protocols was stopped in Germany in 1939 for unknown reasons. Huh. Didn't know that. That's a little weird. Yeah. So, I mean, okay, looks like there's some debate about this, and it's a little bit hard to say. Certainly, Hitler was aware of it. He used it for propaganda purposes. He wrote about it in Mein Kampf, which was like an early one of his writings, before the main part of his political career, right? When was Mein Kampf written? 1925. So this is when he was when he was a younger man, and by the time the 30s rolled around, Hitler might have spent more time talking to some of the other Nazis who were like, "Oh yeah, it's totally fake. It's totally fake." Yeah. Emotionally true as opposed to literally true in his twisted logic. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't want to say, like, yeah, it's like the Naomi Klein thing. She says conspiracy theorists get the facts wrong, but the feelings right. Well, in this case, the feelings are also wrong, right? But Hitler may not have believed that the protocols were true, which they definitely, like, 100% the protocols were not true. And it was thoroughly proven even by this point. They are not only a forgery, they are a plagiarism of a French satirical, what is it? Short story? Called The Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu by Maurice Joly. 160 passages in the protocols are plagiarized from Joly's political satire, Dialogue in Hell Between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. So this sort of goes along with my theory of conspiracy theories as satire, where this is arguably the most, like, I don't know, influential conspiracy theory of all time, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And it is somebody who saw a satire, something that was like intentionally like, hey, I'm making fun of the elites and how they're planning things and the government, blah, 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 controlling the government. And like you can see, the Wikipedia page here has like, the protocols 1 to 19 closely follow the order of Maurice Joly's dialogues 1 to 17. And they've got these things right next to each other. Like the god Vishnu, my press will have 100 arms, and these arms will give their hands to all the different shades of opinion throughout the country. And that's from the original Dialogues in Hell. And here's from Protocols. These newspapers, like the Indian god Vishnu, will be possessed of hundreds of hands, each of which will be feeling the pulse of varying public opinion. Now, so this is literally, Protocols of Elders of Zion is literally from a satire. Like that is what it was originally intended to. So it's like if you saw like a satire that, like, something like, say, the Carpenter movie, They Live, right? It's like a satire movie about there's people who rule over us, and it's, he puts on these glasses and he can actually finally see what advertisements are trying to tell him, and what, the rich bankers and all the politicians and all these people, they're actually like monsters and aliens. Like, this is an amazing movie. I love it. It's like a great satirical look at, the world. And it's true in a way that like only fiction can be true, where it's like, oh, right. Oh, I get what you're saying here. Like, like advertisements are kind of keeping us docile or whatever. They are kind of brainwashing us. It's a little bit of black magic. But you can imagine someone sort of like with the protocols taking that movie They Live and being like, this is real, or like remaking it or reshooting it in a way where they make it seem like a documentary, but they're taking full scenes out of the movie and like transposing it onto this other thing. Like David Icke, the lizard guy who believes in shape-shifting reptilians. He is convinced that John Carpenter was intentionally putting in reptilian like truths into that movie. Like this happens a lot with satire. Yeah, they're calling it the most subtle movie of all time. Yeah, for real. Wouldn't he believe other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories though? Unless, of course, he liked that people. You mean Hitler? Like, yeah, for sure. Like he believed, he may not have literally believed, like, to him, he may have known that the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was like inaccurate, like disinformation, right? He may have known that it was fake, but in the same way that modern day white supremacists knew that QAnon was fake, they were like, this is a great way to get people interested in protocols, shit, the Jewish question. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll make like maybe I'll do a whole stream on my satire theory, because I feel like I have enough things I could pull from. I could do like a big Obsidian board about this. But yeah, there's some weirdness in it. Anyway, well, that was fun. All right, I feel like stream's been long enough. Hopefully, there's something in there we can use. Oh God, we can at least do the AI stuff. But thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back on Sunday at the usual time, 8:30 EST. Book of Mormon's plagiarized from Paradise Lost. Is that true? No. There's also there's a satire in the Bible, right? That is it Revelations? People believe is Book of Revelation, was it? I might be wrong about this. I remember I tried to I was trying to remember this before and I got it wrong. But there's at least one interpretation. I don't know if it's true, that one of the books of the Bible was actually meant to be a specific oh yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for Book of Revelation. Modern understanding has been that the Book of Revelation was written to comfort beleaguered Christians as they underwent religious persecution at the hands of a Roman emperor. This is not the only interpretation. Revelation may instead have been composed in the context of this existential conflict within the early Christian communities of Asia Minor. Oh, really? Over whether to engage with or withdraw from the far larger non-Christian world. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Historical background of the New Testament. I mean, I mainly want to... The predominant view is that the Revelation alludes to the Old Testament, although it is difficult among scholars to agree on the exact number of allusions or the allusions themselves. Revelation rarely quotes directly from the Old Testament, yet its composition alludes to or echoes ideas in older Hebrew scriptures. Over half the references stem from Daniel, Ezekiel, Psalms, Isaiah, and Zechariah, with Daniel providing the largest number in proportion to length, and Ezekiel standing out as the most influential. Because these references appear as allusions rather than as quotes, it's difficult to know whether the author used the Hebrew or the Greek version of the Hebrew scriptures, but he's often influenced by Greek. The Book of Revelation is apocalyptic prophecy. Okay, all right, okay. Much use is made in significant numbers, especially number 7. Am I thinking of the right thing? Am I thinking of the right thing? I'll look it up. This seems like an interesting thing too. Okay, I'm going to put it on my list. Gang, I'm sorry. Oh, God. Go already. Start throwing stuff, guys. Start throwing tomatoes and stuff. Oh, jeez. The Gospel of Mark is the U shape of comedy? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? The U shape of comedy? The U shape of comedy. Revelations is really when the Bible went woke. Yeah. True. Very true. Oh, we're concerned about the apocalypse now? Well, how are business owners supposed to extract resources if we care about that? Woke, DI. Very woke. All right. Okay, guys, I'm getting the picture. All right. Okay, you're mad. I'll stop. I'll come back. I'll be better next time. Thanks for watching, and I'll talk to y'all later. Tomato. Fuck. Bye.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. I'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal Empire Belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.